During the board meeting, citizens who wish to provide public comment will be invited to do so by the board chair. Citizens who are physically present will be called first. Citizens who are not present and wish to provide remote public comment may do so via Zoom using the raise hand feature on their computer or press *9 if participating by phone to enter the queue. The moderator will read the last 4 digits for phone-only participants in lieu of name. Zoom webinar via your computer at https://tuolme-ca.gov/j/833-3099-0337 and or phone only at 1720-707-2699 with webinar ID 833-3099-0337. Please note, Zoom webinar services tends to have a reduced broadcasting delay in comparison to the Access Tuolumne live stream and is suggested for the closest to real-time viewing and listening. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comments via these media options. They are audio and visual only. Option number 1, Tuolumne County website at www.tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/board-meetings. Option number 2, access Tuolumne County at www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live or on Comcast Cable 8. Important public notice pursuant to AB 361, members of the Board of Supervisors can participate by teleconference. Accessibility requirements: if you need Swift special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-5521.
All right, thank you. Okay, so next we're going to do oral communications. So what oral communications is, we set aside about 15 minutes, and today we're going to try and stick to 15 minutes because we have a very packed agenda. But 15 minutes, any member from the public can come up. You can address the board on any item that is not on the agenda. So again, it can't be on the agenda. Come up, you have 3 minutes. After 2 minutes, you'll hear a beep, and that means you have 1 minute left. So with that being said, and when you speak to the board, we can't really respond back to you. There's Brown Act violations and there's rules the way we operate. So it's just our turn to listen to you. And again, we won't really respond, but we are listening. So at this time, I'd like to open it up. So come on up. Thank you, guys.
Good morning. I'm here today as a representative for Arts and Culture and as the executive director of your local arts agency, Tuolumne County Arts. I'm also here today to kick off Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month for the state of California. Tuolumne County has prepared a proclamation that we'll hear later, and it's for the entire month of April every year, and we will be celebrating the Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month every April. Through this proclamation, we are able to celebrate and communicate how the arts...
that item specifically is on the agenda, so...
Not Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month.
Okay.
I mean, it is for the proclamation, but
right.
I wanted to explain what Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month might be. Is that okay?
I'm going to look to County Council.
Right,
I need to wait?
Yeah, for the Brown Act, we'll just ask that you wait for that item to be called, and then she'll be able to do public comment then.
And if you have anything else, you do. Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to tell you about all the things we're doing for Arts Month, which is not part of the proclamation. It's just all the things we're doing. Is that okay?
Can you do it in 2 minutes? I'm trying.
I know. I'll be very brief, but I would hope you'd want to know about what we're doing.
Sure.
Current art events for April and beyond are first of 3 art shows at Columbia College. It's called Local Artists Past and Present through April. Works by Patty Cherry, Diane and Forrest Stearns, Chuck Waldman, Jack Casanetto, and others. We have an ongoing series of classes. The first is for the Watch Artists Guild, funded through Adventist Health. The second series will be for underserved seniors. We have a youth art show at the main library with works from K through 12 students through April 29th. Jen Fletcher from our Makers Lab is hosting a table of creativity at the Blue Zone Discovery Fair on April 9th. That's this Saturday from 2 to 5 at the fairgrounds. You know, the Makers Lab is part of Tuolumne County Arts. Diane Stearns has been working with the students at Twain Hart School, and they have created a mosaic, which is amazing. And they're going to be grouting that on this Saturday, the 9th. Motherlode Art Association has an art show at the Opera Hall, and I know that the Visitors Bureau is helping with that. And that's April 8th through 14th, and Tuolumne County Arts is helping hang this show, and they are using our, those stand-up things where they hang everything. And we are also assisting the watch artists with their entries. We're also doing Second Saturday.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm here to introduce myself. This is my first time to come to a board meeting, and I'm representing the League of Women Voters as an observer. Thank you. Oh, I didn't say it. I'm Sue Osborne.
Sue, nice to meet you, Sue.
Good morning, Board. Bob Kirk from Muick Village. I'm sorry I had to miss the afternoon session of the March 15th board meeting, but I wanted to comment on Supervisor Brandon's statement. The statement was, as you know, I'm really laser focused on the financial stability of the county, which above all things is the root of all of our problems. We have over $500 million in outstanding liabilities. I've come to most of the board meetings, and I did not know Supervisor Brandon is laser focused on addressing the $500 million in outstanding liabilities. I don't remember the subject being discussed. Maybe that's my bad. But I do remember the push to spend $100,000 on social media, and what did that get us? But it made a great segue, as Supervisor Brandon went on to state that according to Supervisor Chris Lopez, Monterey County was grossing almost $500 million in marijuana sales from 86 acres, generating $26 million in tax revenue. So I found this article in the Monterey Herald that says gross sales were $481.4 million. That's close enough to $500 million. But the sales tax revenue was the tax revenue was only $19 million, significantly lower than the $26 million. The article goes on. Supervisor Luis Alejo said at the meeting that the amount of cannabis being produced is 3 times more than is what can be sold in the legal market. The workforce impacts are something Supervisor Chris Lopez is concerned about, with most of the cannabis production taking place in his southern Monterey County district. That's big corporation speak for layoffs. Prices now hover between $500 and $600 a pound, compared with $1,500 at this time last year. That's 1/3 the price. Incredibly, either Supervisor Lopez or Supervisor Brandon failed to point out that Monterey County has been struggling for many months with requests from the marijuana growers to reduce taxes. It got so bad that at their March 1st, 2022 meeting, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors reduced the marijuana tax by an estimated $5.4 million. Wow, it's a big tax reduction. Combined, that would effectively reduce the tax revenue to $12.6 million. Now, if we consider the price collapse of marijuana, the market forces will eventually reduce the taxes to 1/3 of $19 million, or about $6.3 million. That's about 1/4 of the $26 million. The effective tax rate would be only 1.3%. The county gets 12% on TOT. Measure M voters wanted to tax marijuana at 15%. So this is not going to work. I think our pot-loving supervisors' laser focus is a little hazy dog on this one.
Sir.
I will ask again, is it worth staff time spending time
Sir,
on a failing industry that harms our kids?
We're going to have to move forward. Thank you for your 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair Kirk and members of the board. I'm Lisa Mayo. I'm the president and CEO of Visit Tuolumne County. And I just wanted to come here and let you and everyone know, I didn't know there'd be such a packed house today, it's great, know about Tuolumne County Art Week. That is taking place April 10th through the 16th. And we are so excited. This is our second annual one. Last year we had kind of a rough time with lockdowns and different things going on, but this year it's a whole different story. We have 58 artists participating at this point. There's 19 different locations and venues where these artists will be doing different types of things. There might be workshops, book signings, all kinds of great things happening during this week. There is also 8 open studio tours, which is really exciting, and we're hoping to evolve this into maybe a more permanent type of program that we can have. I had to write down all the different mediums, the art mediums that are participating. I will say I did not write them all down, but just to give you an idea, it's an incredible cross section. We have henna and face painting artistry, performing arts, fine art, painting parties, as I mentioned, a book signing, fine woodworking, metal sculpturing, flower arranging, musical artists, photography, spray paint art, culinary art, model train art, and a bunch more. It's incredible the vast array of talent we have across our county, and we're excited to be promoting that this week. We have a lot of activations we're doing to promote the week. It includes television ad in the Bay Area on KRON, a lot of social media, organic and paid, consumer email that we just sent out to over 16,000 subscribers, and posters throughout the county. Hopefully you're seeing those around. They're really beautiful and colorful. And we're also doing some local ads. We did a homepage takeover on our own website promoting Art Week as well. So I just also want to thank Sierra Repertory Theater as well as the City of Sonora. They are providing some venues for an extended time for us and for the artists. So hope to see you all out there April 10th through the 16th enjoying the arts. Thank you.
Good morning. I would like to request that all the things involving children here be moved up in the agenda instead of number 24, because our room's pretty packed here. I'm surprised Blue Zones isn't here, so their first public event will be this Saturday at the fairgrounds, so I hope everybody comes. And then April is Distracted Driving Month. So we had 2 pedestrians hit in our community the weekend before last. We seem to average 1 to 2 crashes a day. So please, everybody, put your phone down. Don't eat. Don't put on your makeup. Don't text. Don't play with your children. Don't watch movies. Just drive and pay attention to when you're driving. Thank you. And then come on. It's you. So I'd like to introduce you to Emily Fife. She's the new CEO of the Senior Center.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Emily Fife. As Carol said, I'm the new CEO of the Senior Center, or Sierra Seniors Provider, and it's good to see everyone. As you all know, that we are we're delivering meals, the Meals on Wheels, and we service Columbia, Jamestown, Phoenix Lake area, downtown Sonora, East Sonora, Tuolumne, Twain Harte, and Groveland, and Big Oak Flat area. Still not so familiar with the area, but I'm working on it. So right now, we're working on reopening the senior center to the public, and we'll announce as soon as it happens when we have the date. Thank you very much, and it's so good to see everyone.
All right, is there any more public comment in the room? I see one. We do have one on Zoom. Okay. Yeah.
Hi, good morning. Just to let everybody know, my name is John Flynn. I'm the political watchdog, but I'm not fully awake, so I'm just going to keep this nice and polite and quiet. I was working on the 3 weeks ago. I was going to talk about Senate Bill 1383 right here. It's a food for private businesses and for individuals that they want to mandate. The state says you have to recycle everything, and that's true up to a point, but not to private citizens. And I was working on it last night. I fell asleep at 1:30 this morning, and I didn't get very far. I just fell asleep. I'm just tired. I'm older, just an older person. That's as far as I got. And I just I'll have it all set up and ready to go on the next board meeting. And then on the radio station with Mark Levine on Friday, pardon? Oh, okay. They talked about there was a thing for parents. Not that I'm a lifetime bachelor, no kids. AmericanFirstLegal.org. And it's for parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and it only takes, and you have a right to demand that what your school board is teaching, or the teachers, what are they teaching your kids? And none of this him, her, or something in between. That's all kookiness. And that's what it looks like. No, it's not very much room here, but, and it's called AmericanFirstLegal.org. It only takes 10 minutes. It's federal law. If you turn that and fill it out and confront the school teachers, they have to tell you exactly what they're teaching your kids. They have no say in the matter. It's federal law, right off the bat. And and it's very, very clear and simple. It only takes about 10 minutes to fill out. And I've got to go. Got a cup of coffee. I'm really tired here. Thank you. Bye.
All right, thank you, John. Anybody else in the room before we go to Zoom? All right, I'm not seeing anybody else in the room.
Good morning, Supervisor Kirk and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for your time. My name is Jenny. For the first time today, after Supervisor Kirk's comments at the beginning, I realized that we're being asked or we're being told that as a community, we only have 15 minutes to give public comment. And I'm not up on the Brown Act or the details, but I do know how to research that. I just wanted to express a concern that if our community has public comments to give that maybe go beyond the 15-minute time limit, I'm concerned that we wouldn't be allowed to do that. I do appreciate the time that it takes to give these public comments. I know that our agenda is packed, but we do need to be able to come and know that we're going to be listened to, even if there are so many people that we go beyond the allotted 15 minutes in our agenda. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Susan. Or Suza. Is there anybody else on Zoom? And just to make comment on that, we do set aside 15 minutes, but if there's an overwhelming group of people who want to talk at the end of 15 minutes, we just take a consensus from the board if we want to move forward or not. So there is always opportunity to go past the 15 minutes. Just want to let you know. So I think that was a great idea about item 23 and 24. So before we do that, we're going to go, we have a few things we need to do. We need to do staff reports and then consent calendar. But then we will jump up to item 23 and then 24, since there are quite a few kids in the room. And then we will jump back in order to item 18 after that. So that being said, is there any staff reports before we move on with consent calendar? And we do have one. If there's any more, if you would please come up.
Good morning, Chairman
Morning.
Kirk and members of the board. My name is Whitney Hawkins, and I'm the new homelessness social worker for Tuolumne County. I wanted to give you an update on some of our statistics since I started this position on March 13th, 2022. We have received 53 referrals to date. 5 people have exited the program who are now employed and have housing thanks to our partners at Refuge Recovery. We currently have 28 people temporarily housed, and we are working with partner agencies like the Refuge, Red Feather, ATCA, Behavioral Health, and Probation to successfully transition them to stable housing. If you or a member of the community would like to make a referral to the homelessness program, you can call me at 209-533-5771. You can email me directly at whawkins@co.tuolumne.ca.us, or you can send a referral to our homelessness referrals email. It's homelessnessreferrals@co.tuolumne.ca.us. Thank you.
And Whitney, just to confirm, so if somebody's experiencing or knows somebody experiencing homelessness, I want to get the number right, 209-533-5771?
Correct.
Cool, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
All right, good morning. I just wanted to take a brief minute to let the public know we have a new online application for our committees and commissions. It will require you to create a login, but then it will save your information so you can apply for multiples. We don't use this information for anything other than to contact you to confirm that you want to apply and get you started. There will also be a paper copy available for folks who don't have access to the internet, and we can print those out and provide those for anyone who wants them.
Heather, very quickly, do we have any openings on any of our boards, committees, or commissions people could consider?
Oh, yes, there is a long list of them on our website, specifically on the Committees and Commissions main page. That is where we have our annual list of vacancies. We also post notices of vacancies throughout the year. Those are downstairs, and those can be made available online as well.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
Good, thank you.
No?
Thanks,
Awesome,
Heather.
thank you.
Are there any other staff reports in the room? Any on Zoom? I don't believe so. Okay, we are going to, like I said, we're going to go through consent calendar, and then we will go to item 23 and 24. So, Clerk of the Board, would you please read our very exciting consent calendar? Everybody hold on to your seats.
You mean exciting and extremely long?
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
You got water?
Yes, I do. All right, item number 1, approving the minutes of the March 15, 2022 and April 4, 2022 meetings. Item number 2, adopting subsequent resolution 33-22, making findings in support of allowing remote meetings pursuant to AB 361, modified Brown Act procedures during a declared emergency. Item number 3, approving resolution 34-22 and letter of support to the California Department of Healthcare Services, authorizing the board chair to sign. Item number 4, approving appointments of Russell Caldera and John Andrews as representatives of the Tuolumne County Ambulance Service to the Tuolumne County Emergency Medical Care Committee. Number 5, approving the appointment of Harry Oles to the Commission on Aging with a term to expire December 31, 2025. Item number 6, approving the reappointment of Dick Southern to the Area 12 Agency on Aging Advisory Council for a term to expire on February 28, 2026. Item number 7, approving the reappointment of Matthew Faust and Catherine O'Hearn to the Columbia Cemetery District with terms to expire on April 4, 2026. Item number 8, approving budget adjustments to accommodate American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, and Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, CRSSA, funding for the Columbia and Pine Mountain Lake airports through the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, 4/5 vote required. Item number 9, approving the new conflict counsel class specification, pay range 521, and bargaining unit assignment. Item number 10, approving the new graduate law clerk criminal and graduate law clerk civil class specifications, pay range 370, and bargaining unit assignments. Item number 11, approving a revised agreement for interim environmental health director services with California Association of Environmental Health Administrators in an amount of $80,000 for a total contract cost of $180,000. Item number 12, approving the lease between Tuolumne County Behavioral Health and Hilltop Church of Sonora for the property known as the David Lambert Center, not to exceed $18,000 per year beginning January 2022 through December 2024, and authorize the county administrator to sign all related documents. Item number 13, approving the appointment of Human Resources Director / Risk Manager as the primary board member for the PRISM Board of Directors. Item number 14, accepting the resignation of Whitney Hawkins from the Tuolumne County Commission on Homelessness, directing the clerk of the Board of Supervisors to post a notice of vacancy. Item number 15, accepting the resignation of Lydia Dugan from the Oak Grove Cemetery District and directing the clerk of the board to post a notice of vacancy. Item number 16, approving a letter of support for SB 1109. Item number 17, approving out-of-state travel for Supervisor Anaya Kirk to attend the 2022 National Association of Counties, NACO Annual Conference in Adams County, Colorado, July 21st through 24th.
All right, good job. Okay, would any member of the board like to pull an item on the consent calendar? No, thank you. All right. Well,
Comment.
thank you. Public comment. Is there any public comment on any item?
I do have one comment
Yes,
on
sure.
the agenda, on the consent calendar. I just wanted to thank Whitney Hawkins. She was the representative of District 2 on the Commission on Homelessness, and we are losing a very talented commissioner, but we are gaining an equally talented social worker. So she's leaving that position on the commission so that she can actually work for the county and provide some of these much-needed services to homelessness. So I just really wanted to highlight Whitney's dedication and her service.
Sure.
So thank you.
I have one comment. Yep. Yeah, I would just like to just send a note of appreciation to Lydia Dugan for her service on the Oak Grove Cemetery District. It was a very brief stint that she had there, but we in the board appreciate any service that the community wishes to give for any of these committees or commissions, and encourage anyone who's interested to apply for this position or others that we have. Thank you.
I'm seeing a head shake from Supervisor Brandon.
All right. Just inspired while we got a really full room here, I wanted to reiterate what was brought up by Heather there, that we do have a lot of positions, as you see on the consent agenda here. And so if you're interested, and to all the kids, especially in the room too, there's all these ways that you can engage with your local leaders. You can get involved, maybe not quite yet, but in a few years. Definitely go check out that application and help us out. Everything from a cemetery district to the Commission on Aging, working on issues for seniors, to working in education, first five, to all these different areas. So anyway, check it out. If you have any questions about that, don't hesitate to reach out to any one of us or our staff. We'll always be happy to facilitate and help you answer questions.
All right. And Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, I just had a comment on item number 5 on the consent regarding the appointment of Harry Oles to the Commission on Aging, and so thankful that Harry has stepped up and agreed to participate. He brings a wealth of experience, and looking forward to working with him.
All right. Great comments. I'm going to go to the public. Is there any public comment on any item on the consent calendar? Hello. Good to see you.
I'm Kathy Peacock, and I'm here from the Commission on Aging, and I would like to echo David's comment on Mr. Oles. He's been in this community for a number of years, and we're very, very glad that you recommended and that you sent him our way. So thank you so much. He's learning rapidly. And the other comment is on Whitney Hawkins. Yes, she's been on the Commission on Homelessness, and she is resigning from that position actually, but she is going to stay on as part of the committee members doing the work of gaining the resources in the community for homeless folks. So that'd be a good partnership still with her work at the Social Services Department, and we're very happy with that. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for your comments, Kathy. All right, are there any, another public comment?
Well, I asked Jeanette Lambert to come here, but I don't see her here today. So I know they've been very appreciative at the Lambert Center and their partnership they formed with the church over here. And I think their pastor is Nathan Morales, who's been active on some committees around the community. And I thought the county always owned that building, but it turned out it was Peggy Kingman. And I didn't know that till after she died, and she used to volunteer there a lot. So thank you to Peggy, and I'm sure hopefully this will be very helpful. I know they've done some repairs there and cleaned it up, and it looks really nice.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments in the room on consent? Any on Zoom? Okay. So I'm going to bring it back to the board. I'm going to look for a motion for consent.
I'll move that we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
First by Half, a second by Supervisor
Campbell.
Having issues with my pen. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Consent passes 5-0. We are going to, again, we're going to do item 23, and then we will jump to item 24 for the poetry contest. So, what's that? That was his. Oh, I believe, Austin, do you have time to wait for those two items? Okay, cool. Thank you, sir. All right, so let's do item 23.
Item 23, consideration of adopting Resolution 38-22, proclaiming April 2022 as Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month.
Good morning, Chairman Kirk, rest of the board, Michelle Clark with Department of Social Services. Every April, we come before the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors to make the request to proclaim April as Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month. For nearly 40 years, National Child Abuse Prevention Month has played an important role by increasing awareness and education, educating the public about child maltreatment and the significant need to do all we can to prevent child abuse. Today, as a nation, we know much more than we did 40 years ago. We know the leading risk factors of abuse include poverty, substance abuse, mental health, and generational child abuse within families. We know that child maltreatment is traumatic and identified as adverse childhood experiences, and understand that these experiences create profound impacts that lead to poor health and lifelong adversities that not only impact a child's future, but our community and our society. Some national studies estimate that nearly 70% of adult incarcerants are former foster youth, and that 90% of them spent time in group homes. Another alarming statistic, and one that plagues our nation, is homelessness. And an estimated 50% of homeless population had been in group homes. And an even more heartbreaking is that females in group homes are 15 times more likely to be recruited for sex trafficking. But with all of these horrific statistics comes the ability to do something about it. Knowledge is power, and what we didn't know 40 years ago, we know now is preventable. So now we must act. This year's theme is Thriving Children and Families, Prevention with Purpose. It is time to commit to take action at all levels of society, within our community systems and in our organizations, as well as within our individual families, to address the root causes of maltreatment and provide the support before maltreatment occurs. Child protection is fundamental, but imagine what a foster child's future might have been if as a community we were able to prevent the maltreatment altogether. Imagine if they didn't have to enter foster care and grow up institutionalized. Just imagine if we bridge the gaps to be able to implement innovative ways to work to help children and families thrive. About a month ago, your board asked, what is the status of children in our community? And approximately 12 agencies involved with serving children and families came together to report on the status, and prevention was identified and discussed as a critical need. We have the partnerships, we have the collaboration, and the tools are at our fingertips. With the rise in crime, the rise in homelessness, the time is now to bring it all together, to build upon and enhance the incredible work already being done in this community, to reach families long before intervention is a necessity. Although rural, Tuolumne County is mighty, with many entities and programs as champions, leading the way to educate, strengthen, support, and serve families. To name a few, Infant Child Enrichment Services, Raising Healthy Families, the Center for a Nonviolent Community, the Department of Social Services Road to Resilience Program and Differential Response, Tuolumne Miwok Tribal Council, Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office, Tuolumne County Behavioral Health, Tuolumne County Public Health Department, Tuolumne County Probation Department, the First Five Commission, Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency, our Family Resource Centers, Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools, and Tuolumne Resiliency Coalition. At the end of the day, the single most important thing we can do is support families all year long in ways that promote and build their strengths and enable parents to care for their children safely before maltreatment is even a possibility. Together, we can make a difference. For the month of April, your Child Abuse Prevention County, the Tuolumne Resiliency Coalition, has rallied together to increase awareness in our community through various activities. We are taking nominations throughout the month of April of local heroes who are actively engaged in building resiliency for our youth. These heroes will be identified and honored for their outstanding work in the community. We are also asking community members to wear blue for kids each Friday through the month of April. Snap a selfie or a group selfie and post it to your social media sites with the caption, #WearBlueForKids. During Child Abuse Month, we use blue pinwheels to serve as an uplifting reminder of childhood and the bright futures all children deserve. As you drive around this community, take notice of the blue pinwheel displays symbolizing California's commitment to children. And I will leave each of our board members 2 pinwheels today. Keep one and pass one on to raise awareness for Child Abuse Prevention Month. Everyone has a role to play in preventing child abuse. And the coach in me wants to say, let's do this. Let's get this win. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. I'm going to bring it, start off with the board. Are there any questions, comments?
Yeah, Michelle, I have a question for you. So, thank you. So, I hear that prevention is key, but I was alarmed at the statistics for the group homes that you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation. What is the answer? Because there's always going to be a need for having children, you know, there are going to be times where children cannot be with their parents. So, and especially, I know I'm probably putting you on the spot, but what do we do? Are group homes being phased out? Are group homes being restructured? How are we addressing the huge statistics and the nexus with group homes and child abuse?
Well, in my opinion, and I think research shows that family home-based care is the answer. So regardless of whether they can be with their parents, with families in home nurturing, stable settings is kind of, I think, what the answer is. As far as group homes, yes, they are being restructured, and they really should be short-term, intensive short-term. And I think that's the answer. Because as you can see, they're not, the statistics are not good.
No. So are we, I know we've always put an emphasis on foster homes and getting more foster parents where possible in the county. How are we doing on that?
I think there's always going to be a need, but I think we've come really far with training our caregivers and preparing them for the complex behaviors that come with the trauma. I think we've come very far. We have a lot of wonderful families in our neighborhood or in this community, and I think if we can keep our kids local, where we can, provide the services that they need here and the support that they need, I think that we will be doing even better. We see I think we see much more success when we can keep them local.
Okay, thank you.
Michelle, thank you so much for this. I think especially when we talk about the generations of kind of poverty and abuse that happen in that, and these are the tools to try and break that cycle. It is a very complicated issue, and yet it's not. It's that kids that are raised in loving, supportive homes with parents that know how to do it, more often than not have better outcomes, and those that don't have that don't. Of course, fixing that's really difficult. One thing to touch on too, though, is while the river metaphor is still, that's very vivid in my mind from our discussion where we brought in all the partners to be able to talk about child care, children's needs in our community. And one of the discussions was, well, we have the needs of the current children that are already facing some issue, some ACEs, issue. They're having trauma happening right now, but that this really isn't just a kid's problem. This is a parent's problem. This is a parenting issue. And what are we doing on the parenting side to be able to support better, more informed, more skilled parents that are able to then make sure that they create that loving and nurturing environment?
Well, that is a really tough question, but I mentioned a lot of the resources in our community that are doing just that. It's not just, I don't think that they are just teaching parenting skills anymore. I think that they are teaching mindset, trauma-informed care. So I think that, like I said, we just continue to, I think, build upon everything that we have. There are so many evidence-based practices out there that are coming down that we're seeing success with. And I really think that we, when we talk about prevention, I think it has to start long before people actually become parents. And I think that, the Center for a Nonviolent Community, they do things in the schools. Our County Office of Education, they are starting to, put, different education material into the schools, empowering a lot of our teenagers. And I think that we are doing so many things already, but obviously we need to do some more. And I do see that, California, I actually think that our nation is really starting to shift from being a more reactive kind of nation to a prevention, nation, from what I'm starting to see just, sitting on some of our state meetings and stuff like that. So I really just think we have to get in there long before they even become parents, right? Hopefully into our schools, and then hopefully strengthening families also, so our parents are also teaching their children, right, to become good parents as well.
I love that. The kids where we don't address that stuff eventually become parents, that pass it down. And so I'm happy to have you, the rest of the social services team, and all those community partners working on this issue. And I'll close my statements with saying the Jamestown Youth Center, that's fantastic. And we need more opportunities like that for our kids in our community. But certainly I'm really happy we've got a lot of representatives from the various youth centers here in town. So.
Thank you.
Supervisor Goldberg.
Michelle, thank you. A couple of key points. Abuse is preventable, right? And absolutely, we need to always keep that in mind. We must act. Yes, definitely. Mm-hmm. We've got partnerships tools. Center for Nonviolent Community, is doing fantastic work. We just need to keep that pressure going and constantly remind ourselves and put it out to everybody in the public because this is so important. We do not should not have child abuse happening at all. Idealistically, that's probably not going to happen. I realize that, but we must do everything we can to prevent. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have much to say except thank you very much for your hard work, Michelle, and please convey that to all your staff and all of the people that volunteer and put in work. And the one thing I also wanted to add was to thank the parents that go through some of the programs, because it's easy to vilify people that have made mistakes, and sometimes very bad mistakes, but it is very difficult to take the initiative and pull yourself out and try to fix some of this generational process that we have. We do have many parents in our community that have been through that and have, gotten their kids back and followed the steps to kind of break that cycle. And so I just, want to highlight that, and that I don't think we would see as much success if we didn't have you and your dedication and that of your staff. So really, just it's such an important part of our community that we probably don't think about until we have to, and usually if we have to, then there's something wrong. So keep up the good fight, and just know that you have our full support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I get to finish it off. So this issue is near and dear to my heart, working in probation with kids, and we did have that summit a month ago, but that was just the beginning, I think, of a bigger conversation, more to come. Like you said, the state, the nation is shifting. California in the next 20 years wants to cut ACEs by 50%. So I'm excited. I think kind of like what Supervisor Campbell said, there are some folks who've made bad choices, but anybody who's a parent has made bad choices raising their kids. And I keep making the comment when we have these meetings where when I read the book by Nadine Harris, Dr. Nadine Harris, and found out about ACEs and doing research, I started realizing I'm a good parent, but I could be better. I could prevent these ACEs in my kids' lives. And it was funny because 2 nights ago, we're having a conversation at the dinner table, and my son had a friend who was hurting people, and my daughter said, "Well, Warren, hurt people hurt people." And so she's 11 years old, so she understands. So it's part of that generational conversation training where We are small, we are mighty, and we have so many good things. I think what it comes down to is just educating our population, knowing what resources are out there, trying to get ahead of it. I know the schools is doing a great job we're having conversations right now about getting these trainings into our senior classes, our high school. So I think we're poised to be doing good things. You guys have already been doing it. I think the rest of us are just catching up to what you guys have been screaming and saying for years. So I'm going to read just part of this resolution. For me, it really comes down to the last three whereases. So I'm going to read this resolution, and then we'll be done with this. But it's whereas communities must make every effort to promote programs and activities that create strong and thriving children and families. And whereas we acknowledge that we must work together as a community to increase awareness about child abuse and contribute to promote the social and emotional well-being of children and families in a safe, stable, and nurturing environment. And whereas prevention remains the best defense for our children and families. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim April 2022 as National Child Abuse Prevention Month and urges all citizens to join us to recognize this month dedicating ourselves to the task of improving the quality of life for all children. So with that being said, I am going to open up to any public comment before we take a vote on it. Is there any public comment?
Thank you.
Well, Michelle, I want to thank you for actually doing something. We come here and we do these resolutions year after year after year, but nobody ever really goes out and does anything except talk about it. So I appreciate the blue shirts and the nominate a hero. And I'd like to salute CHP, who has drawn attention to the number of people in our community that drive drunk with their children in the car. And that is child abuse. So you should be the driver that you want your children to become. So please don't drive distracted, please don't drive drunk, and certainly don't do it with your kids in the car.
Thank you.
I forgot to introduce myself before, but I know you all know me, Claudia Puccinelli, President, Tuolumne County Arts. But I was a teacher for 34 years, a special ed teacher mostly, and I was a foster parent. And at the time that I was a foster parent, I had teenage girls. And though not a parent myself, my hats are off to the difficulty of the job when I only had one at a time. But what I found working in the system, working as a teacher, is we just never have enough resources. There are so many people that need help in the community parenting, but trying to get them to come, get them to come to a parent conference, having a meeting, trying to get them those skills. Usually the ones who need those skills the most don't come. So we've got to have, and I remember going to homes, then they told me, you cannot go to homes by yourself. Are you crazy? So I think we do need to go into homes with a team of people. But that's always been my point of view, is those who need the help really need us to come in and help them.
Great, thank you. Are there any other comments? Any on Zoom? And I was requested by Supervisor Half to explain real quick what ACEs is. Sometimes we say things up here people don't understand. ACEs is Adverse Childhood Experiences. So the studies show if you go through a divorce, or you go through child abuse, or you see your parents using substance abuse, or you go through these points in life when you're a young child, those experiences stay with you as you grow older. If you have 7, 8, 9, 10, it usually shows that you get cancer, stroke. So they're negative experiences that you go through, traumas, and they actually change the biological part of your body. So it's pretty phenomenal what the research shows. So anyways, that's what ACEs is in a nutshell. So that being said, I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I will look for a motion to approve this resolution.
I'll make the motion to approve of Resolution 3822 proclaiming April 2022 as Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month.
I'll second.
All right, I have a first by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes 5-0. Thank you again. All right. Okay, the moment we've all been waiting for. How many kids are in the room? Can you raise your hand if you're in the room and you're a kid? No adults, put your hands down. Okay. All right, well, we're going to move on to item 24. This is an exciting moment.
Okay, item number 24, presentation of the 2022 Child Abuse Prevention Poster and Poetry Contest winners in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month, April.
Good morning. Eric Aiken, Library and Recreation Manager for the County of Tuolumne. I'd like to thank the board for giving us this opportunity to be here today to recognize some of our young artists and poets, some very talented young artists, as you can see by some of the work on the wall. This is actually our 32nd annual Child Abuse Prevention Poster and Poetry Contest. Should be our 34th, but unfortunately due to COVID, we missed the last couple years being closed. But we are so grateful to be back open again, serving the youth within our community and providing services once again. The Recreation Department offers this contest every year at each of our 3 youth centers in Jamestown, Groveland, and Tuolumne. Through this poster and poetry contest, we hope to bring attention to the prevention efforts within Tuolumne County, but also more importantly, to give our young students and young adults a voice. In a way to open up discussions in regards to some very difficult things that they may be going through personally or have friends that are going through or witnessing, to kind of open up those doors of communication to talk about some of these difficult things and let them know that, you know, these types of things are not okay and the resources that are available to them. I would like to give special thanks to the Tuolumne Resiliency Coalition for partnering with us once again in an effort to provide the cash prizes that these young artists and poets will receive today. We have first place will receive $50, our second place winners will receive $30, and our third place recipients will receive $20. So again, we're here to recognize these young artists and poets. I would also like to thank the judges that had the difficult job of judging these submissions. I'm glad I wasn't one of them because I don't know what I would have done with some of those amazing works. These are just from each youth center. We have 3 different categories. We have a 1st through 3rd grade category, a 4th through 6th grade category, and a 7th through 8th grade category for the poster. The poetry contest is limited to high school students. These are not the only submissions that we received. These were just the ones that were voted as the top 3 within each youth center's division. So there were many other kids that participated in this program who also did an amazing job, but unfortunately didn't get to make it here today. We have quite a few kids here today to receive those awards. The theme this year that we used for this contest was building a happy, healthy community. So at this time, I would like to introduce our youth center staff, who are the ones who work on a day-to-day basis on the front lines with these kids, offering programs and doing trips and being mentors and providing a safe, fun space for these kids to come every day, year-round, whether in school or out of school. So here they are right behind me. So at the Jamestown Youth Center is Monica Hirschfeld. Behind her, the Tuolumne Youth Center coordinator is Cheryl Atwood. And in the back, our Groveland Youth Center coordinator is TJ Renna. Yeah. So again, this is the staff that's there every day working with these kids, trying to be positive influences within their lives. And they do an amazing job with the limited resources they have. It's pretty amazing what they're able to accomplish with these kids every year. So with that, we'll get into the awards. I would ask Chairman Kirk if you'd like to come down and help us hand out these awards. I will pass it off to Monica.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for having us. We're so excited to be back and be able to do these events again. I'm going to get started with my 1st through 3rd graders. First, we have 3rd place, Gavin Guy. All right, next we have second place, Olivia Hawkins. And first place is Alana Murphy. All right. And I have the next category, the 4th through 6th graders. Third place, Lucia Hoskins. All right. And second place, Mallory Hanson. And first place, Evelyn Rice.
Awesome, Evelyn.
And on to our 7th and 8th graders. For third place, we have Johnny Hoskins. He's definitely taller than me. All right, second place, Mia Meister. And first place for 7th and 8th grade is Chris Webb. I don't know if he's here. He's not here today. All right. All right. So then I would like to call up Cheryl to do the Tuolumne Center. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm going to start with our 1st through 3rd grade division. In 3rd place, I have Cohen DeGrid.
Learned it all today. Money. That's a sticker.
Awesome. Sorry. In 2nd place, I have Peyton Zimmerman. And in 1st place, I have Kennedy Zimmerman. Okay, for our 4th through 6th grade division, I have 3rd place is Amos Machado. Okay, in 2nd place, Landon Harris. I don't think Landon is. 1st place, I have Lexi Gray. Okay, for our 7th through 8th grade division, I have 3rd place, Dominic Rico. 2nd Second place is Alina Gallegos. And first place is Montana Shaw. Bummer. They're really good. Okay, I would like to introduce our Groveland Youth Center Coordinator, TJ.
All right, I'd like to remind you guys that this is from Groveland, so I may not have a lot of kids. All right, so first we have Maya Cox for third place for the first through third grade category. Second place goes to her cousin, Wyatt Weeks. They come in almost every day. And then first place, I have Madeline Moriarty. Was the first poster I got, and so I thought they were all going to be like that. She's the top one on the far left there. It was a birthday party at the park that she colored. All right, so now we have the next category, 4 through 6. Third place, this is a overnighter team here, Kelly and Mike Taylor. So they're going to be sharing their third place award. Then we have second place, Anthony Bernal. And then first place, the only watercolor entry was Saleha England. You could tell which one that is. All right, so now we have the 7th through 8th. Third place, we have Xander Barentine. Thank you. Second place, we have Maya Espinino. And then first place, we have Sean Rochelle, who is here.
All right, we got one. Who's in Groveland, eh? Yeah, there you go, man. And his hair's
Thank you so much. Now we're going to have Monica come back up to present the poems.
All right, hello everyone. All right, so for third place, I have Zach Atwood. Me too. Oh, it's my phone at lock, sorry. Cell phones. Second place, we have Damian Ramsey. First place is Micah Lujan. Thank you again so much for having us.
So again, thank you to all of our community partners and all the wonderful artists and poets that participated this year. We're very grateful to be open and working with them again. So thank you.
awesome. Is there? I'm gonna ask for public comment. Does anybody have any public comment before we take a 5-minute break? No. Anybody on Zoom? Okay, we're gonna do a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 10:11, and then we'll jump to you, sir. Item 18. All right. All right, Heather, you ready? Okay, we're going to start the meeting with item number 18. Clerk of the board, would you please read item number 18?
Okay. Item 18, consideration of adopting Resolution 27-22 in recognition of Austin Souza for his extraordinary dedication to earning the rank of Eagle Scout from the Boy Scouts of America.
All right, Eric, go for it.
All right, good morning, Board. As some of you may know already, the Scouts have been in existence since the early 1900s, providing the nation's foremost youth program of character development and value-based leadership training, which helps our young youth be prepared for life. Service, community engagement, and leadership development become increasingly important parts of the youth program as they lead activities and work towards earning the scouting's highest rank, which is the Eagle Scout. Since 1912, the Eagle Scout rank has represented a milestone of accomplishment that is recognized across the country and even the world. Those who have earned the rank of Eagle Scout is among the most treasured achievements. Today we're here to celebrate Austin Souza, who achieved his goal of becoming an Eagle Scout just 2 weeks prior to his 18th birthday through his active participation, which is in excess of 10 years, the accumulation of service hours and merit badges, and the completion of service projects restoring a historical landmark. So today we present to your board a resolution of commendation for Austin Souza, recognizing him for extraordinary dedication to earning the rank of Eagle Scout from Boy Scouts of America.
Awesome. And I'm going to, yeah. I'm going to give you a standing ovation. Good job. My dad was an Eagle Scout, so I know what you went through to get there. So that's why I'm going to stand for you. I'm going to hand it over to Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, so I have a resolution here, and however you'd like to proceed, we can have board members speak first and then do the resolution after that.
So would you like to speak first?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. So Austin and I got to meet Austin and his dad, John, a few months ago when he first got his Eagle Scout. And just to point out some of the work that Austin did to get his Eagle Scout, you know, he had to go through several different, it takes a lot of work to get your Eagle Scout, as you well know, and as the other Eagle Scouts in the room know. And one thing that really struck me was his project in Willow Springs, which is in my district, was to restore and repair a historic timber cart that sat at the entrance to Willow Springs. And that piece of equipment was, how old is it? Maybe 150 years old? Yeah, so it's a 150-year-old cart, and it just struck me how, you know, the people that did the work to build that community and to build that cart, and they did work that lasted beyond their years. And by restoring that and kind of highlighting the heritage of our community, you're doing work that is going to last beyond your years. And so it's sort of this continuum of leadership and doing service for your community that future generations will enjoy, that I think really embodies what the Eagle Scouts and Boy Scouts in general are supposed to be about. So really salute you for your work, and thank you very much for being here. It's good to have you here and be able to celebrate your accomplishments. So great job.
Supervisor Goldberg.
Congratulations, Austin. Huge accomplishment. You know, my father also was an Eagle Scout. You know, so I have a pretty clear understanding of what you went through to get there, and it's not a easy task. You went through a lot of hard work, and just, you know, I totally commend you, you know, for going down that path and sticking with it, the perseverance and doing it, because it's not easy, and there's, you know, times where you go, is all this worth it? Do I keep going? But you did it, and, you know, so congrats to you. Thanks.
Supervisor Half.
Congratulations, Austin. You know, this means that you're branded. You're branded for leadership. And we're going to be looking up to you to see what you do next. And I also wanted to express my appreciation for you including the program that you had back in September. This is a nice touch, and it gives us a little window into how you got to where you are right now. So congratulations, and we'll be watching you.
Supervisor Brendan.
I don't have any Eagle Scouts in my family, but I did have a good run as a Cub Scout and did a lot of knee headstands and all of that. I completely agree with Supervisor Half. This is obviously a huge achievement. I just want to bring up one interesting statistic is that 1 in 8 people in Congress are Eagle Scouts. And so when we start thinking about our community and who leads it, because we're all, to an extent, longer or shorter, temporary, we're looking to new people to step up and get involved. Don't we have some committee positions open, Heather? Did we mention that earlier today? We really hope that you get involved. We need more young people stepping up, and you're in the perfect position. You obviously know how to work hard. You've got a diverse variety of talents, and you've got a lot of support behind you too, because it's not just the person, it's also the family there, and everybody supporting you too. So, looking for great things.
Awesome. And before I make my comment, I'm going to open it up to public comment real quick, if there's any comment in the room. Here comes the Eagle Scout.
I just wanted to echo what David Goldenberg said. Did I hear 10 years of perseverance as a young person? That is amazing. And that is, I believe, the biggest single thing about Boy Scouts. It's learning that perseverance. So congratulations, Austin.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Any other comment in the room? Any on Zoom? Well, yeah, I did 4-H for a few months, but I had ADD, so it wasn't working out for me. I had to run around and play other sports. But I was raised by an Eagle Scout, which is all I needed because we were out in the woods, did the John Muir Trail with that guy. But because of his, I'll just simply say this. Yeah, like Supervisor Half said, you are branded for leadership. Most kids these days, I mean, you go back 10 years, that's when you're 8 years old. So my son just turned 10 today. And he's dedicated, but I'm telling you, to get an 8-year-old to commit for 10 years to anything these days, not be hooked to video games or all these other things is what separates you. And I'm telling you, if you apply for a job and I see that you're an Eagle Scout, you're going to get the job. So just keep doing what you're doing. I don't know what you got in line as far as college goes, but just you're already set for success. So just keep going, man. I'm excited for your future, and your kids are going to reap the benefits of all your experiences going out in the woods and stuff. So it's a great upbringing. So anyways, with that being said, what's that? Yes, so I'm going to have Supervisor Campbell. He's going to do the resolution and present it to you.
Mr. Chair, I would motion that we approve the resolution, and then I will read it to Austin.
So I'll do a roll call
I'll move that we approve the resolution commending Austin Souza, recognizing him for extraordinary dedication to earning the rank of Eagle Scout from the Boy Scouts of America.
I'll second that.
All right, so Campbell and Half, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Okay, Austin, come on down here. Great job. I'll read this to you here, and then we'll let you have the last word. Okay. The Board of Supervisors of Tuolumne County of the State of California recognizes the achievements and service of Eagle Scout Austin Souza, member of Sonora Boy Scouts Troop 570, and the Boy Scouts of America was established over a century ago by Robert Baden-Powell when he took 20 boys from a camp in Browisa Island off the coast of England. And whereas the Boy Scouts of America encourages scouts to advance along the Eagle Trail to the highest pinnacle of scouting, one of the various ways they can advance is by completing group service projects for community, like picking up litter, collecting food for food banks, or raking leaves for seniors. Whereas the Eagle Scout rank is the highest rank a young person can achieve in scouting, only 5% of scouts who ever join reach the Eagle Scout rank, which makes it an exceptionally difficult challenge. Whereas Austin Souza restored a century-old lumber dolly as his Eagle Scout project, his most recent project after spending over 10 years as an Eagle Scout. Austin Souza has shown passion for historical preservation, and whereas Austin Souza has graduated with the class of 2021 in Somerville High School, his family has lived in Salisburyville area for more than 30 years. Austin studied law enforcement in high school and is planning a career in the military or law enforcement. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Tuolumne County hereby recognizes the impressive achievements of Eagle Scout Austin Souza for his exceptional dedication and perseverance shown by the Boy Scouts of America and his historical landmark preservation at the Willow Springs Ranch. And finally, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors, Tuolumne County of the State of California hereby recognizes Brandon McDonald, Jim Stinger, and John Souza, and all of Troop 570 for their contribution to Austin Souza and the youth development of Tuolumne County. Adopted by the Board of Supervisors, April 5th, 2022. The mom in there, geez.
This on? All right, it is. I'd like to say thank you to all who has helped me, everyone who has given me motivation to keep going, especially my dad. He's the one who's got me out of bed and says we need to get to work.
Yeah.
So I can't give enough thanks to him. Thank you, Mr. Campbell, for having me here today. And just thank you for everyone in general. Just keep my motivation up, keep my head up, spirits up, and tell me to get it done to help me for later.
Awesome. Cool. Well, the 10 o'clock appointment was pulled. So let me see where we are. We're right on 10:30. So why don't we do the 10:30 appointment? Or do we need to wait exactly? So we got to wait 3 minutes. Sure. Or arts and culture, would you guys like to go? 25? Oh, you guys want to go? 20. Are we 20? I'm sorry, which one is that? Next one. Sounds great. Let's stay on track. 19. We'll do 19, then we'll start at 10. We'll be right on time for 10:30 appointment. So, Clerk of the Board, would you please read item 19? Sorry, it's packed agenda. Sometimes it's hard to get it all.
Item 19, consideration of adopting Resolution 35-22, proclaiming April 3 through 9 as National Library Week, April 5 as National Library Workers' Day in Tuolumne County, April 6 as National Library Outreach Day, April 7 as Take Action for Libraries Day, and encourage all county residents to visit the library this week to take advantage of the wonderful services they provide and help build a strong community.
Well, good morning, Board, everyone here. Lynn McCormick, Tuolumne County Library. As we know, each year, the public libraries across our nation come together to celebrate National Library Week. I feel like I'm echoing. This year, our theme is Connect with Your Library. And we are adopting resolutions, we're holding special events, and actually inviting everyone to come visit one of the branch libraries closest to you. We have branch libraries in Groveland, Tuolumne City, Twain Harte. We have a bookmobile, and of course, Sonora, Maine. We offer the essential services to all of our county residents. We're a melting pot of attracting patrons desiring literature, music, movies, Wi-Fi, computers, meeting spaces, children's activities, and a sense of community. April 3 through 9 is National Library Week in the United States, with today being the National Library Workers' Day. So I want to celebrate all of my fellow co-workers here in Tuolumne County and across the nation. April 6th is National Library Outreach Day, and April 7th is Take Action for Libraries Day. This week, Tuolumne County Library is offering an Amnesty Week That means that all materials that are returned, all fines are waived. We just want our materials back, even if they're late for a number of years. So we also have available virtual reality Oculuses, so residents can come in and they can actually kind of explore deep blue seas, the moon. They can explore national parks, all within the confines of the library using the Oculus virtual reality devices. And we will have, of course, this is year-round, but it is kind of special right now. We have our library staff who are available to help guide individuals through learning how to download ebooks, download audiobooks, how to use our public catalog so that they can have access to all of the resources that are available. And so today, the Tuolumne County Library would like to recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution proclaiming April 3 through 9 as National Library Week and April 5th as the National Library Workers' Day, April 6th as National Library Outreach Day, and April 7th as Take Action for Libraries Day in Tuolumne County. And we encourage all residents to come visit your library, and I open that up to the board too. I hope to see you this week. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. And is there any board comment? Am I right? Sure.
Thanks for presenting, Lynn. Libraries, oh my goodness. So fantastic. You know, my own family history, my aunt was a librarian for, I think it was about 35 years. She retired and they decided to move, and then became the quandary of what to do with approximately 50,000 books that were collected over the years. But everything that you guys do is so important. You know, the reading programs, you know, that you have there, you know, opening up the library to the public for the meeting rooms, arts exhibits, you know, that I've participated in personally. You know, it's just wonderful. It's such a community space, you know, to have that. And audiobooks, you know, my wife and I take some pretty long trips, driving trips, and having an audiobook really helps pass the time. So that's an aspect that a lot of people don't realize it's, you know, out there and available. So just thank you for everything you guys do. Okay.
And Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Lynn, for coming here and talking about this. You know, as many of you know, I'm fairly interested in the library. My path to becoming involved in community service and ending up on the Board of Supervisors started when I was looking for a place to take my daughter, who was at that time a year and a half old, to give her some early education and get her involved in. And the person that I probably met first was Lynn McCormick, who used to do story time, or you still do story times for the kids. And we started coming more and more, and eventually started volunteering and started working there. And it just opened my eyes to the vital role that county services play in our everyday lives. And so the library, you know, it opened my eyes. And even before that, you know, when I was young, you know, we didn't have a lot of money. I grew up in a small town not far away, and there wasn't a whole lot for young kids to do except, you know, go out and drink with your buddies or get involved in drugs or other not so good things. Or you could go down to the county library, which is what I did. And it set me on a path to where I got an education. I, you know, stayed out of trouble for the most part. Don't follow up on that. But and so all of this is just to point out the fact that libraries are so much more than just books. It's not a place that we just store books. It's a community hub, and it's a place where children can come and be safe and learn and be entertained. It's a place for teenagers. I remember one of the key takeaways that I had working at the Tuolumne County Library was I would see kids come in after the high school closed, or when high school would let out, they'd come into our building, and these generally were kids that probably didn't want to go home for one reason or another, and they could be in our library, they could read books, they could do their homework in a safe place, and it was there for them. And that's really what our libraries are. It's there for everyone in our community. I got to be an expert at applying for all kinds of jobs online locally because we would have people come in and use our computer lab to apply for jobs, and when they needed help, we would help them. And so there's just so many different services that our libraries provide that are vital to our community, whether it's economic children, seniors, people who, adult reading programs. There's just so much to it that I'm so happy that you're standing here and that we're talking about what a fantastic resource our libraries are right now. So thank you very much, and I hope everybody stop into the main branch on Greenlee Street, or if you live in Tuolumne, Groveland, or Twain Harte, go stop into your local branch and say hi. There's a lot more there than you probably realize.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Supervisor Half?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Lynn. And the libraries have come a long way, and I am really happy to hear that our libraries are keeping up with the times. Gone are the days when we, this is for people my age, but the tight-lipped librarian, and you had to mind your P's and Q's or you'd get kicked out. So we don't have that anymore. We have a more vibrant library with all sorts of media that people can take part in. And I wanted to say something kind of silly, like challenging my co-board members to an Oculus virtual reality something or other. I don't know, because I've never done it before, but I'm going to come in. So I invite the board members. Well, we can only do 2 at a time.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah, okay, all right. Anyway, thanks for all you do, and I do hope the community realizes what a rich resource you are for the whole community.
Thank you, yes.
Great. Thanks, Lynn. And so anybody can come in, any kids, also adults can use the VR system too.
All ages are welcome in the library.
That's pretty cool, because I've been thinking about buying one of those, but I'm like, I'd rather go try one out first. We used to kind of as a society build these great, big, beautiful civic spaces for people to enjoy, big buildings and museums and all that, and that's really, it's fallen off a lot, and I think it's partly the construction cost, maybe the will's not there in the same way. Libraries are one of the last great civic spaces where we dedicate a large building and resources that anybody can go use, and especially not just for, again, reading a book in a really, really, really quiet room, but having that as, here's all these programs, and this is a place that kids can hang out safely, and adults can get internet access when they have no other place, or they don't have a phone for it, so they can get job training there, and a place to even just, relax and be able to de-stress there, and a place to continue your education. So thank you for what you do. I believe you also have a degree in library science, right?
Yes, I do.
Right, and it's a really impressive library. It's an impressive field to be in. It is so broad here, and I'm happy to hear that, and definitely challenge accepted. I can't wait to be in. I think I just sent you an email scheduling a time to go check that out. So
Sounds wonderful.
thank you.
I look forward to seeing everyone.
Yeah, and I'm really proud of this board too. Sorry, real closing last thought. That we're able to, because I know that in the past economic downturns, the library has taken and recreation, frankly, the brunt of a lot of the past cuts. And seeing that restored up, it's heartwarming. And I just want to thank, especially I know Supervisor Campbell has been instrumental in really doing that. And I think we're at a point, talking about this, it's not just a piece of paper. real action has been done on this to bring back the staffing and the service levels and get through COVID, which has been probably the hardest time. I mean, this has been a hard decade for libraries, and we're coming out of that, and it seems like we're coming out of it strong. So,
Thank you.
And I'm going to open it up to public comment before I make comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Please come up.
Tuolumne County Arts would also like to thank the library because we work with them a lot. Our youth art show is on the walls in the children's department, and we even have this wolf made out of cardboard that is the coolest thing you've seen. Well, one of them. And we also have, I don't know if you've been in the library, but there's this mural of Tuolumne County and all of our flora and fauna and animals. And it was done by one of our local artists, Tracy Knopf. Also, they just work with us. We've provided art kits. One of our Makers Lab founders, Jen Fletcher, she sometimes will make art kits for the library. But we want to thank the library because they give us a space for our youth art show.
Well, I want to thank Bill Pooley because he came last week and did story time. So they could use other volunteers for story time, should anyone be interested. So I just love books, and I've brought books here that the library was going to throw away because they didn't have room to store, hoping that someone would give them a home. So I started out going to a Carnegie library when I must have been, I don't know, 7. So a book that made an impression on me was Juan de Perea, who was the slave to Diego Velázquez. So when I was in Madrid, the first place I wanted to go was to the Prado to see his paintings. Another book made an impression on me that they didn't have in stock, which they recently ordered and put in stock, and I couldn't find today, is Up a Road Slowly by Irene Hunt. I'm a big Sherlock Holmes fan, Arthur Conan Doyle. And when my house burned, I was heartbroken because I lost the book that I'd had since I was 8. I also love Patrick Dennis and Auntie Mame, but my favorite book of his is called The Joyous Season, which we don't have in our library here. Then as an adult, I read like a book a day. So I started reading Faye Kellerman. So not only do I get a mystery, but I've learned an awful lot about Jewish orthodoxy. And my favorite book is The No Asshole Rule by Robert Sutton. And this is a really great book. So if you're a pedestrian or a driver in Tuolumne County, this book comes to mind for me every day.
Nice one. How am I supposed to speak after that? I'll check that book out later. So a few things. When I got on this board, we went through some really tough budget cycles, and the discussion about the libraries came up. And 2 things stuck with me during those discussions, and they weren't from in this board, but a constituent from Twin Art said, if you don't have the library, you don't have the heart of the community. So I heard that. And then my wife is a homeschool. She used to be a teacher. Now she homeschools her kids. And she said, Anaya, if you close down the libraries, you're going to be an asshole. So those 2 things stuck with me. And those were how I voted when those tough budget discussions came. But my wife hates tablets. She uses them for other things, but she absolutely hates tablets. She loves the look and feel of books. And she's raised our kids that way. And one of my son's proudest things in his room is his library of books. He doesn't get to watch a movie unless he reads a book about it first. So it motivates him to read a lot more. So now his love of reading is phenomenal. Today was his birthday. I got him 3 books. He also got a bike and some other things, but the books was like the highlight. So that's just a little purview into Kirk's household. And we love books. I support them. And we'll continue to support them to make a happy wife as well. So that being said, unless there's any other board comments, I will look for a motion for, let me see here, what number are we on? 19, for National Library Week.
So I will move that we, the Tuolumne County, I will move on staff recommendation because I don't have the recommended action in front of me.
I'll second.
And so first by Campbell, a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. And this is to declare National Library Week here in Tuolumne County, April 5th. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Looking at the time, and I'm seeing that I do have a staff member with a volunteer, and we're gonna knock out item number 20. Not that it's not important, but we do have the time to knock it out. So we'd love to do item number 20. Clerk of the board, please read that item, and then we'll get on with our 10:30 appointment.
Item number 20, consideration of commendation of Barbara Robinson for her volunteer work to Tuolumne County Archives.
Morning, Chairman, members of the board. Kanan Whitman, Assessor Recorder Archives, and with me is Records Manager Andy Mattos and the Lady of the Hour, Barbara Robinson. And so today we're here to thank and honor Barbara Robinson for her work and for starting a new service at the archives. Barbara and her late husband Kent began volunteering at the archives in 2016. And as a trained bookbinder, Andy quickly put her unique skill set to work, repairing hundreds of books benefiting the archive, the library, the museum, history center. And then after the passing of her husband in 2019, she donated her large collection of bookbinding equipment and supplies to the Carlo Di Ferrari archive and trained 3 volunteers on the art of bookbinding. Being able to do this work in-house has saved the county thousands of dollars and has really helped the archive achieve its mission of preserving our rich history. And for all of us at the archive, we're truly grateful for her training and her volunteer work. And Barbara has been instrumental in supporting the archive and ensuring the preservation of our rich history. And she'll be greatly missed as she splits the time between hopefully here and Carefree, Arizona. Barbara, thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you for recognizing me, and I also want to thank Andy for giving me such a warm welcome when I approached his door and said, here are 2 letters of recommendation from where I used to live. Would you consider letting me come and work with you? And he said, can you come tomorrow? And I've been there ever since. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Well, Barbara, when I said that, this item would move quick, I don't want you to, I want you to hear what I'm going to say, which is this community is built off people who volunteer like yourself. Probably one of the most important items of today. So thank you. I'm sorry to hear about your loss in 2019 of your husband, but we just want to take this time and recognize you and all the effort you've put. I would think that what you do is probably kind of a last start. So the fact that you could teach people is going to keep things rolling for those archives. And we as a board really want to thank you and make sure we pause and you hear that from us.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. All right.
I've been doing it for about 32 years.
Yeah, so you're definitely an art. Awesome. Is there any other board comment before I go to public comment?
Yeah, I've just got a brief comment. Barbara, the preservation is so very important. And, so your efforts in doing that, because otherwise, if we didn't do that, then we're going to lose, things. And so I really appreciate your efforts in doing that. Thanks.
Thank you, Barbara. It's there's a lot that goes into repairing books, as I found out when I was at the library, and I wasn't dealing with anything nearly as sacred to our community as the kind of archival materials that you bind that are actually the foundation of our community. And so very important that we preserve our history so that it helps us make informed decisions in the future. So thank you for continuing the I guess it would be a craft, right? You're a craftswoman, and there are fewer and fewer people that are trained in some of these very difficult crafts, and so it's good that we have that alive and well in Tuolumne County. So thank you, and thank you for donating so much of tools of your trade to the archives so that they can continue their important work.
I knew it was the best place for it to go.
It's they have a lot of cool stuff there.
Yes, they do.
So I wanted to say thank you, Keenan, for bringing Barbara to us to honor her today. I met her in the audience not knowing who she was, and we've had a little conversation already. But publicly, I wanted to say that last year, towards the end of the year, I brought Patrick Blacklock, who is the CEO of RCRC, to see our archives. We were talking about it. He came here. RCRC is a Rural Representatives of California group that represents all of the rural counties. And so he came to Tuolumne County to see some of the things that we wanted to show off. And one of those things was the archives. And he was fascinated. But while we were there touring, I saw Ann Segerstrom. She's one of your 3 people that you've taught this art to. And I had no idea, and that was my first awareness. So I just wanted to thank you for your gifts, for your art, and for the thoughtful gift that you gave to the county and the mentorship that you've given to carry this on, this tradition, and so others in our community know how to do it, and so that the books themselves become preserved. Yeah, so thank you.
Barbara, thank you so much. I know when I did a tour with Andy there too, who's a really great host and gave the whole show and showed the whole place off. One of the big things that he really did talk about was all the volunteers that come in and do the bookbinding program. And so to meet you as not only one of them, but one of the leaders in that, training more people and bringing in the equipment, that's awesome. I had no idea Ann did that as well. That's really cool. Thank you for helping to preserve our history there, because the archives is fantastic for storage, but I'm sure that without people rebinding all those books and keeping them together, shelves only do so much. And so that's huge for preserving our history. I think that is absolutely a model for other counties as well. And hopefully in the future too, we'll always see that opportunity there, that more, Columbia College students or more folks that move up here will take up those same sets of tools, whether it's next month or whether it's in 10 years, and be able to learn that craft and continue on that tradition. That's pretty special.
I also have a student in Flagstaff, Arizona, who's learning the trade.
Awesome.
Wow, that's a heck of a commute.
He was a pediatrician for 28 years, and he's always wanted to learn how to restore old books, so he's my student.
Awesome. I'm going to go to public comment if there's any in the room, or is there any on Zoom? Any in the room? Okay. All right, well, Barbara, I'm going to read this to you and then come down and, actually, I'm going to come down there and read this and present it to you. And then, we'll go. So, Barbara, it says, in recognition of Barbara Robertson for her years of service to Carlo D. Ferrani Archive, the Tuolumne County Board, I probably said that wrong. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors presents a certificate of appreciation thanking Barbara for her dedication and expertise in preserving Tuolumne County's rich history. This Board of Supervisors does hereby express our profound appreciation to Barbara Robertson for her many years of volunteer work at the archive. Okay, we are going to we're going to adjourn until 11 o'clock. We're going to set up for the 10:30 appointment. So see you in 6 minutes. Item number 22. So 22 and then 21. Okay, so with that being said, Clerk of the Board, would you please read item number, the 10:30 appointment?
Okay, consideration of approving the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board Annual Report for fiscal year 2021-22.
This one.
There you go.
Good morning, Chairman Kirk and members of the board. My name is Tammy Mariscal, the Behavioral Health Director. As you know, the Behavioral Health Department has a contract with the Department of Healthcare Services to deliver specialty mental health to Medi-Cal beneficiaries within Tuolumne County. Part of that contract requires that we ensure that there is a mental health advisory board who, under provisions 5604 of the Welfare Institution Code, provides the behavioral health or the mental health board the obligation to assess, recommend, and advise the behavioral health department on services delivered through the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Clinic, and in turn, annually report back to the Board of Supervisors with recommendations of their findings. So with that, I am here to introduce Cynthia Hallman, who is the chairman of the Mental Health Advisory Board. Thank you.
Thank you. So good morning. I think it's still morning, Chairman Kirk and members of the board. Glad to be here today. And as Tammy said, I'm the chairperson for the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. And I'm here today to present our annual report regarding the Behavioral Health Department's performance in delivering specialty mental health services and community supports, to discuss the Advisory Board's responsibilities, and to highlight some of the activities of the Advisory Board. This report covers 2019 through 2021 fiscal years, as we were unable to report last year due to multiple factors, mostly because of COVID. And we'll take questions at the end of the report. So here's a list of our current board members, and a list those to whom we said goodbye in the past couple of years. We're glad to announce today that we have a full board. We have 15 awesome members of our board, and we have a full board for the advisory board. Now, the Welfare and Institution Code defines the composition of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Our board identifies themselves as 4 consumers, 3 family members, and 7 community members, with 1 Board of Supervisor representative. At this time, we meet all the regulations for Welfare and Institution Codes 5610. It's just sort of a brief summary of our board responsibilities. I'll highlight just a couple. As Tammy mentioned, we monitor, review, and advise or recommend changes in behavioral health services. And we also report to the Board of Supervisors on an annual basis concerning the state of mental health services. Our last report to the board was done in June 2019, and we haven't been able to present at that since that time, and as I mentioned, multiple factors, mostly because of COVID. Our Behavioral Health Advisory Board priority goals. Just kind of highlight one. We advise ways to improve the behavioral health social media use for communication. And we've been working really hard on updating our bylaws. So some of our areas of interest. We're pursuing special speakers that our board has identified. And under the last item there, the advisory board has been educated regarding 988. And most of you probably already know, but 988 will connect someone having thoughts of suicide or having a mental health crisis to the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline number. 988 will become effective nationwide July 16th, 2022. The launch of 988 is also a catalyst for change, which will strengthen the lifeline and broaden the continuum of care for mental health services. This includes a variety of services, but also a crisis mobile unit, and we're happy to report that our behavioral health department is in the planning process right now for this unit. So just some keyboard activities you see here. We just want to point out that the board hosted the stakeholder process for the Mental Health Services Act annual update for 2020-2021. Activities for 2020. And again, we hosted the stakeholder process for that year as well, for the 2019-2020. Okay. All right, so just highlight one of the activities in 2019. Behavioral Health Department presented their External Quality Review Organization annual report. And this is how we as a board get educated about behavioral health performance through these presentations. And we also get feedback from county partners, for example, Bob White from ADCA and Yes Partnership. So besides behavioral health, these are other county providers who serve the most functionally impaired. And as it states at the bottom, this is not an exhaustive list. Behavioral health is integrated, providing services for both mental health and substance use disorders. And we list here the types of services commonly used for this population, which would be the crisis intervention, case management, rehabilitation, so on and so forth. Persons receiving outpatient services can look at this and sort of compare some of the statistics. So the counts of direct services provided includes all service types regardless of length of time or associated funding source. Direct services definition includes any activities that are directly associated to an individual client case. Services could be any specialty mental health service, plan development, medications, appointment reminder calls, community client contacts, and phone contacts. Decline in the number of persons receiving outpatient services could be due to a lot of things, but between 2019 and 2020, definitely due to COVID, with lockdown being the biggest factor, also illness of clients and staff and quarantine guidelines. But I just want to say that our behavioral health department did an absolutely awesome job connecting with clients virtually during this time. So peer services. These services are provided by the Mental Health Services Act funding through the Community Services and Support component and provides behavioral health's ability to allow peer services. In fiscal year 2020 through 2021, the numbers are down, and per Tammy, it's again due to COVID. Our Lambert and Enrichment Center services were either closed or limited to services during peaks of COVID. And we see here some statistics for our residential facilities placements, crisis evaluation, and hospitalizations. Again, during the COVID period, there was a reduction of crisis services, and the lowering of numbers were in response to COVID. The Behavioral Health Department highlights some of these items here. And item 4 is part of the Behavioral Health's mission. Launch rehabilitation groups and with additional plans in development. And item 5, able to create policies and protocols to provide essential services, including shower and laundry at the Enrichment Center during COVID. So challenges and opportunities for behavioral health describes their sort of main struggles. Behavioral health seeks additional funding opportunities to increase services through a variety of ways, including grants. And our advisory board receives updates from behavioral health regarding recruitment challenges and efforts. Advisory board recommendations, which are pursuant Welfare and Institution Codes 5610. And under bullet point 1, just to mention, all expenses in our budget would have to be approved by the Behavioral Health Director in advance and must support provisions of Welfare and Institution Code 5610. And that concludes our report today. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Great, thank you for that report, Cynthia. Good to see you. How long have you been on with the board now? How many years? 3, 4 years?
Almost 3 years.
Almost 3 years, yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
Great to see you
Thank
still
you.
serving there.
Thank you.
I'm gonna look to my right. Actually, I'm gonna start with Supervisor Brandon because he chairs this. So Supervisor Brandon, any questions, comments you'd like to make?
Great. And Cynthia, thank you, and Chairman Kirk, thank you for the opportunity too. Around for a lot of the draft and the slideshows there, so luckily I had a lot of the questions answered during that period of time. And it's been a real privilege serving with the advisory board. So this is a group of citizens that show up, they oversee what's happening at behavioral health. Tammy and our behavioral health director is there to be able to answer questions, give updates, and it's a really important body. I mean, it is defined in state welfare institutions code as this oversight group. And I think it's a really important thing to make sure that not only are we having, I think, the best and brightest working on this, but we're also having people overseeing it. And we have members of the served populations, members that are families and spouses, being able to participate and be advocates in that too. So that's really well built, and especially coming into a lot of the funding coming in with MHSA. It's certainly a new generation, I think, when it comes to treating mental health illness in Tuolumne County. And so the board's been great. I'm really excited with the behavioral health department and some of the investments that we've made to try and help support that. My only question, and this does continue on, I think we've had one group on there looking into it. I think what comes up oftentimes is, in addition to trying to support the request from the advisory board to help recruitment and retention efforts, because we have to fill the vacancy issue. And I think working on the morale issue, which I think staff and leadership are doing, is a huge component. On the service side, for consumers, many it's, well, I didn't know that existed. And talking to them in the community saying, well, I didn't know the behavior, I didn't know that I was eligible for that. Or I wasn't sure where to go with that. And that type of communication in it, because we don't talk about, as a community, mental health enough to say that it's okay to say that you've got depression or anxiety or other issues. I just want to see if, in kind of having those conversations too, has there been discussion with staff there, and I guess we did have some of it, about trying to have the advisory board into the future be more of a communication tool as members of the public to be able to reach out and expand that. And if not, then for the future, are there any thoughts on conversations that were happening with behavioral health of where their communication plans will be going to ensure we're bringing more people into this? Sorry, I know that I always ask really long-winded
Yeah.
questions with that. So I'm just asking, on that, one thing that I noticed is that there were discussions, and we were part of them, with communication. What's the communication strategy moving forward between behavioral health and the Behavioral Health Advisory Board? And this is probably a joint question to both Tammy and to Cynthia there.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Tammy to come up and join me here for help in some of these questions.
Could you ask that long-winded question again, please?
I'll try and ask a short-winded version of it. So what is the communication plan? I'm thinking specifically digital, but just in general, moving forward between the advisory board and the behavioral health department to get more people to know about the service and talk about it.
You're absolutely correct. We have been spending some time this past year discussing roles of the board, as well as the obligations of the behavioral health department to ensure awareness of mental health, more so and less with holding services out as far as being available for all citizens. One of the things that I'd like our department and the advisory board members to move forward with is having the advisory board advise us on areas to which we need to promote mental health awareness. And then in that discussion and decisions of how we would move forward, my team would go ahead and facilitate those forums, if you will. I think already just with preliminary discussions and identification of a lack of knowledge amongst the community, we have made great strides to begin to hold our department out in so much that we are attending far more health events, Blue Zone, as example, Saturday is coming up, so behavioral health will be there supporting the community. But overarchingly, really just the advisory board's desire to help and the role of being out there in the community and identifying where we need to point our campaigns is really the direction that we're going now, and there's just going to be more discussion in the future.
Well, it's great to
Yeah,
hear.
thank
And
you.
I know one of the requests in there too, that we talked, was trying to have the funding to make sure we're supporting the Behavioral Health Board. There's a lot of Cal Behavioral Health conferences to attend. A lot of times there's nominal fees, sometimes there's travel. This is a group that deals with really complicated funding streams, if you've been on that or work in that field, which I know a number of us have. And that's something that I think would be very helpful to supporting the success of this group too. And then in that as well, a lot of the posts and a lot of the content trying to go out to get this awareness. One thing we have talked about is on social media, being able to get that in front of more people, some type of paid strategy with it. I think we really should look at that. And I agree, I think the advisory board has an important role in advising on that strategy as well. But Cynthia, Tammy, thank you so much for the presentation. And I think I'll see you pretty soon, actually. We got a meeting come up, so.
Tomorrow, yeah.
All right, Supervisor Half.
Yeah, thank you, Cynthia, for your presentation, and congratulations on getting a full board. I don't know that since I've been aware or on staff prior to being a board member, I don't think that committee has ever been full.
You know, we talked about that a couple of days ago, and at one time, the membership was capped at 8, and so they did have a full board at that time, and then when it became a county entity, then Behavioral Health Department became a county entity, then the board membership increased to 15, and it was hard to know in retrospect whether this was the first time or not, but nonetheless, we're certainly pleased that we have a full board at this time.
Yeah, I'm sure you're thrilled.
Yeah.
I do have a couple of questions. First of all, the crisis response line 988, do we have that here in Tuolumne County, or will that be coming in July?
I'll answer it. I'll do some of it, and Tammy can do some of it. But right now, the centers, the National Suicide Lifeline centers, are now being manned by individuals and bolstered in terms of the people that they're trying to get ready. So initially, it will be manned by those already in existence Lifeline centers, with the goal of making more centers available And I believe Tammy can speak about that a little bit more as far as locally.
Well, let me make sure I'm clear
Sure.
on my question. If somebody presses 988 in their phone from here, from Tuolumne County, will they connect with somebody?
Yes, it connects them automatically to the National Suicide Lifeline number.
Okay.
Suicide Prevention Lifeline
That
number.
was my question.
Yeah.
Just wanted
Yeah,
to make
no matter
sure.
where you are in the state, nation, it will connect you to a National Lifeline number.
Okay, wonderful. And then that'll be nationwide in July.
Yes,
Okay.
July 16th, yeah.
Something you brought up under challenges and opportunities, this may be a question for Tammy. Number 2, there's a disproportionate audit requirements compared to other health services. And Tammy, I'm wondering if we should put this on our legislative platform.
I would love that.
Okay, so this may require a little more conversation down the road, but if you have any comments to make about that right now, I'd love to hear them.
Actually, thank you, Supervisor Half. Unlike, or we are like all other 57 counties who experience disproportionate audit requirements. Specifically, being a small county, if you consider putting looking at it from the perspective of small counties do no different than Los Angeles County. The resources that are available to smaller mediums are they're uncomparable, correct? So that's really what we're speaking about here. This has been in the past an experience of historically. I will say that with CalAIMS, the California New Initiatives, there is efforts to lessen audit requirements, but that doesn't mean that we don't want you to champion our challenges. So what this really means is because mental health is held out as a healthcare service, we are also under the scrutiny of both California state and federal regulations as it relates to Medicaid standards. So that's very different than most healthcare organizations. The audit requirements specifically are drawn through our contract because we are a Medi-Cal billing facility where we are pulling down federal financial participation.
So would you say that the audit requirements are so onerous that it takes away from your ability to provide the services that you're meant to provide?
You know, I definitely think that it draws on the leadership's attention from daily operations and delivering of service. Being small, we run a managed health plan, which we are responsible for the provisions of outpatient and inpatient health care for our Medi-Cal beneficiaries in Tuolumne County. We also have chosen as a county to be a county-owned and operated behavioral health clinic. So we run 2 businesses. So we are looking at legislation, we are responding to audit, but all the while, daily, we are running a doctor's office, for a lack of a better word. So with that, our leadership wears 2 different hats. So depending on what's going on. So the mental health or the managed health plan employees, definitely. When audit comes, we are 30 days, 45 days in advance preparing for those audits. As an example, we just completed our 2021 external quality review organization that was performed by called Behavioral Health Concepts, who holds a contract with the federal government. Lovely, lovely people. It was an 8-day or 8-hour jam-packed event. And as example, we submitted over 500 documents in advance just to be reviewed in order to be assessed if we were in compliance.
All right.
So,
thank you.
You're welcome.
And my final, it's more of a comment, but I do want to know, it's under your slide 17, Advisory Board Recommendations, number 2. It says expand collaborations with law enforcement and other community service agencies. And I think this is key. This is really crucial. And I know behavioral health, and law enforcement, our sheriff's office, probably City of Sonora PD as well. You know, the recruitment is endless to find the number of people that you in behavioral health need and law enforcement needs. But assuming that we get the people in those positions, how do you foresee the collaborations moving ahead with behavioral health and law enforcement, or what would you like to see? Can you paint a short, brief description picture of what that looks like? What would be best for the community there?
These are long questions. These are such long questions. All right. Well, as Cynthia mentioned earlier, the number 988. So 988 really is the short version of the National Suicide Prevention Hotline phone number, right? So I'd rather call 911 than a 1-800 number to get an officer to my house, right? So the phone number 988 really has to do with a national initiative. As far as local goes, behavioral health and the sheriffs, Sheriff Pooley and Turu, we will be working with the law enforcement partners to bring up our crisis mobile units, to manage the crisis services that may be occurring in individuals' homes or residents that otherwise 911 would be called to respond. So together with a grant, we have the Crisis Mobile Unit Grant and other, I guess, funding availability or grants with the SO. That's the direction we would go in. Sorry, that's a long answer
no, that's
for
good.
long questions.
I appreciate that, and I do look forward to hearing more about that when you're ready and able to launch that program. So thank you.
And I'd just like to say something about that too, Supervisor Haff, is that the emphasis will be on having a highly trained clinician respond in that crisis mobile unit, so that when they go to the scene, they will be able to first be able to address whatever mental health crisis is occurring and provide the help that that individual will need in a more clinical approach. And so that is one of the highlights of 988 is to get highly trained clinicians to be able to do that.
Great. Thank you so much.
I'm going to look to my right to Supervisor Goldberg for questions or comments.
Yeah, Cynthia, Tammy, thank you for the presentation, answering questions to this point. Really good board. Glad to see us full, well-rounded board. I know a number of people that are on there, recommended some of them. Good depth of experience there. I also was interested in the 988. You answered that. That's upcoming. The Crisis Mobile Support Unit. Do you have an anticipated start date? Working with our law enforcement partners, it sounds like when we might be looking to put that into effect.
Probably. It depends on the length of our grant. It depends on our ability to hire the staffing that comes with the grant, and it also depends on the procurement of the vehicles and training for the staff. We're in the infancy stage of the grant, for a lack of a better word.
So perhaps 6 months out, a year out?
Our grant goes through 2024.
Okay. All right. No, I mean, I look to see that has been, extremely positive, to have those relationships.
Can I just mention real quick
Sure.
that almost all the counties throughout the state of California are working on the same thing. Yeah.
Okay,
So-
good. And and very, very much needed, right? You know, it, you know, looking at the, you know, on your slide 12, you know, where you talked about the persons receiving the outpatient services, corresponding drops, you know, appear to be in place as we get further along through COVID. You know, it looks like we dropped about 15% on the mental health and almost 45% drop on the substance use, you know, by the numbers that you're showing here. So that's good. I mean, we knew the effects of COVID, you know, we're having, you know, upon these areas. Sorry, just get through this. Yeah, I'm very much interested in what we can do partnering, you know, with the law enforcement, both with the sheriff's office, with SNOR PD. And the only other thing that I would say is that question is, or comment on slide 18, request to the Board of Supervisors provide Behavioral Health Advisory Board a budget for site visits, mileage reimbursements, conference training, et cetera. If you have a request there, you know, please bring us an actual dollar amount request. I mean, this is pretty generic, you know, in this presentation. But, you know, I'm fully supportive of doing that. But if you want this board to act upon it, you give us some numbers, you know, that we can work with. If you need it coming from the board, if it's all within house, you know, within, you know, other funds that are non-general fund, you know, I get that, but it appears that you're looking to the board, you know, for some here as well. So. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The only comment I had was just on the data, like Supervisor Goldenberg had mentioned, there was a drop for mental health and then also drop for substance use disorder, but obviously that was during the COVID years. Whereas the national and more statewide data showed an actual increase. Do you think this is just because of reporting? Most people kind of basically out of sight, out of mind. Do you think that's why the reporting went down? Would that be a fair assessment, or like, is it open to interpretation? I guess the easiest way to put it is I would have thought that there would have been more mental health issues and more substance use disorder during that 2021 year.
Yeah, but because of some, you know, like I had mentioned earlier in the report, and this is the information that I gathered from behavioral health, because they did their due diligence to contact the clients and try to find out, you know, what is it can we do, what is it that you need, and connect with them virtually if they weren't able to come into the office and things like that. But if the client was sick or things like that occurred, they ended up on quarantine. I mean, it just limited their ability to be able to come in.
I think that's kind of to my point, is because there was that gap of being able to actually meet face to face and have more contact. That's probably why. Maybe I'm interpreting. Maybe that's why those numbers dropped. But that's just something I was thinking while I looked at that data. But yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to open it up to any public comment, if there's any public comment in the room or on Zoom. We do have public comment. Okay. Is there anybody on Zoom?
Well, I'm glad they have a more active board than they used to. I wish I would see the board members more out in the community and supporting mental health events. When Serena had her honor walk, there wasn't a single elected official there. There wasn't anyone from even behavioral health leadership that I recall.
I was there.
I think there was there with Lantern of Light, and I think maybe Mary Ann was there.
And I was there.
Yeah, you were there with your Lantern of Light. But I've been to when behavioral health did open houses, and nobody came but me. Anyway. There's more money coming down the pike, and I would like to see it used to engage our community more, because I think a lot of people don't realize we have behavioral health services here. And the ambulance service was here, and they were complaining that they did 212 mental health transports in the past year. The but that doesn't add up to this data on 14. And then I don't think there's any problem with law enforcement here, especially the sheriff's department, because I've seen them over and over and over again be the first responders for mental health crisis events. And I don't know what our wait time is now. I heard it had been decreased, but we had a recent incident in the community, and I certainly don't know all the details. But what's come out is that he was waiting to receive mental health services, was in a crisis, and burned down a building, and then wanted to do suicide by cop or whatever, and that jeopardizes the sheriff and his personnel. And, how long are people waiting for services here? That becomes a question. And then BJ Hansen contacted me, and he was upset when I said I didn't think Clark Broadcasting was interested in mental health and suicide prevention. And he corrected me and said that they're very interested. So I would invite you to contact them because I want to see some proof, because they haven't done a program since 2019.
Okay. All right, is there any other public comment in the room or on Zoom? Well, this was a presentation only. I personally want to thank you, Cynthia, and your group. You guys are volunteers. You volunteer your time to come here. What's that? Oh, there is. We are going to ask for approval in a second. But I want to say thank you for volunteering your time, Tammy. Congratulations to the position. And so with that being said, I will look for an approval for this item.
Make the motion to move on staff recommendation.
Second.
So first by Brandon, second by Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And motion passes 5-0. So thank you guys very much. Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you. Okay, so it is 20 till the noon hour, and I have, we're going to go to item 22, but I would like to, if possible, do 22, 21, and then 25. I'd like to get these resolutions done before the noon hour. So with that in mind, if we could just keep that in mind moving forward with our comments. And so with that being said, Clerk of the Ward, would you please read item number 22?
Item number 22, consideration of adopting Resolution 37-22 proclaiming April 2022 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Thank you guys for waiting patiently.
Good morning, technically. Thank you for having us. I just need a small moment to put up a visual aid for you all.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you for your time and attention this morning. My name is Pam Orbaugh. I'm with the Center for a Nonviolent Community. April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, but for CNVC, the District Attorney's Office, law enforcement, and countless other governmental and community-based organizations, we work all year long to address the impact sexual violence has on our community and its citizens of all ages. Today, you've heard it's also Child Abuse Prevention Month and National Public Health Week, or rather, you will hear that shortly. These causes are integrated and a part of the effort to prevent sexual violence because it begins long before it ever occurs. It's estimated that 1 in 3 women, 1 in 4 girls, 1 in 11 men, and 1 in 6 boys will be victims at least once in their lifetimes. So to truly prevent sexual violence before it happens, we must choose to challenge social norms and ideas that allow it to take place. So studies show that on average, a girl, even at her earliest ages, is more likely to be commented or complimented for her appearance, while boys will be noted for their character. We must choose to challenge a culture that makes excuses for the behaviors of others. Sexual harassment, such as catcalling or unwanted comments, can be a precursor to sexual violence. But often the person who is harassed is asked what were they wearing, if they led someone on, what they did to provoke the behavior. And so we have a culture where one group has privilege and the other must practice vigilance. I ask you to choose to challenge a culture with housing disparities and wage inequity. These factors very much contribute to sexual violence. When folks are more likely to stay in unsafe or unhealthy situations because there's no apparent alternative. In a society where women on average make 70 cents on the dollar compared to their male peers, it is no wonder that people start to believe that women is less valuable. And over time, if you get enough messaging that someone is lesser, it becomes easier to harm them. Choose to challenge a society that tells men and boys that their emotions or vulnerability are weakness, because it is that disconnection from their emotions that shame and stigma and can make it so very difficult for male survivors to seek support and come forward. Choose to challenge norms that make our LGBTQ youth afraid to live their truth, afraid to come forward, because they are among the most likely to be sexually abused in their lifetime and are at greater risk of suicidal ideation. I ask the board and members of the community to choose to be a part of the solution in any way you can, whether that's coaching a school sport, leading a youth group, running for office, believing a survivor when they come forward. I assure you these small actions can in turn change the tide on sexual violence. The visual aid before you today is part of our Sexual Assault Awareness Month outreach. These are part of the Clothesline Project, which you have a piece of paper that explains it before you. We've had survivors who participate in our services and our groups decorate shirts. The color of the shirt indicates a type of violence experienced. So for example, green is an ally, blue is child sexual abuse or incest, and pink is rape. Forgive me, I don't remember yellow off the top of my head. And we will be displaying these at the Blue Zones Discovery Fair on April 9th, and we will also have paper shirts of the various colors for community members to participate and show their solidarity for survivors of sexual abuse. So that concludes my comments. I would like to bring up our wonderful district attorney, and if you have any questions or comments, I'll be here after Cassandra speaks.
Thank you, Pam. Good morning, supervisors. Cassandra Janicki, your district attorney. So in conjunction with the Center for a Nonviolent Community, your DA's office comes before you today requesting a proclamation declaring April 2022 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Tuolumne County. As you've already heard from today, we'll continue to hear, and then throughout the entire month of April, it's a big month for survivor awareness and crime awareness. You've heard today about child abuse prevention, and today we're here to talk to you about sexual assault awareness. And on April 19, you'll hear me talk to you about National Crime Victims' Rights Week. This year marks the 21st anniversary of Sexual Assault Awareness Week and month. And the national theme for Sexual Assault Awareness Month is Building Safe Online Spaces Together. This is a theme that truly joins the goals of Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Child Abuse Prevention Month, particularly in Tuolumne County. And I say that because we've had a prime example of the interlinking of online risks to our youth, potential for child abuse on the internet, with sexual violence. And that came to us through the case of People versus David Pacheco. He was a predator who utilized marijuana, online forums, and sexual coercion and fear to victimize hundreds of students and youth in Tuolumne County. That case, I think, stands as an example not only for the risk to our youth, but also to the strength of our child abuse and sexual assault prevention team. I can't thank the officers, deputies, and detectives of the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office and the Tuolumne County Probation Departments enough for their discovery, doggedness and investigation of Pacheco. But I really could not be prouder of the many youth survivors who shared their experiences under difficult conditions. And their sharing of their experiences ultimately led not only to Mr. Pacheco's incarceration, but also his pleas of guilty. This case, though extraordinary in the amount of youth it affected in our community, is one of many. In 2021, our office served and supported 317 victims of sexual violence. Over half of those were children and their families. Sexual harassment and assault and abuse can happen anywhere, and that is including online spaces. This means that we as a community must be vigilant in monitoring our youth's use of online media while also teaching them harm reduction tools so that they can be self-protective and making sure that they have a safe space to come forward when they feel uncomfortable or feel like their safety is in jeopardy. Building safe online spaces together is possible when we practice digital consent, when adults and other youth intervene when they see harmful content or behaviors, and when we promote online communities that are safe, respectful, and inclusionary. Please join me and the Center for a Nonviolent Community in recognizing the importance of Sexual Assault Awareness and Child Abuse Month. Together, we make the difference. When we talk about the hard stuff, when we are kind to each other, when we believe survivors, that is when we empower our community to protect each other and ourselves. And then Pam and I are available for any questions.
Thank you guys for the presentation. I'm going to look to my right, see if there's any comment, any questions.
Pam, maybe you gave some stats, and I didn't quite capture them all. I think you said 1 in 3 women, 1 in 4 girls, and then you went into the males, but I missed those numbers.
Oh, absolutely. It's 1 in 6 boys and 1 in 11 men.
Okay.
And I would like to say that all of those statistics we know are underreported. So when you imagine 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 girls, 1 in 6 men, 1 in 6 boys and 1 in 11 men in every room you're in, that's underreported.
And I can imagine, so, and especially, there's a certain amount of reluctance, from all people to report at times. And I think that that's more so with the males, just due to, the appearances that they're concerned about. So, when we work on that, I think, Cassandra, you said 317 in 2021, roughly half children. That's huge, right? And when we look at our communities and everything that, the Center for Nonviolent is doing is so much appreciated. Anything that, we can, as a board do to help support, please, continue to reach out.
One point that I didn't mention, but I would add, is that we have seen an incredible effort by your sexual assault response team over the last year to improve and expand the offering of sexual assault examinations locally in Tuolumne County. Thank you to Sheriff Pooley and his team for really helping us find spaces where we can do those, and we're all actively engaged in finding practitioners for that.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Brandon.
So Pam, Sandra, I really appreciate you bringing this again. We've talked about this in the past, but we have too much violence in our community. Our rates are way higher than even the averages in other counties in the state. So the work that you do, I really appreciate. Taking predators off the streets and trying to be able to advocate and work with the people. So thank you so much for this. Anybody watching, I know it's kind of a long meeting, so maybe nobody's on Zoom or not. But if they are, that, it's okay. It's not something that's your fault. It's not something that, you deserved with it. It's okay to say that this happened, to ask for help, to come in. I'm sure CNVC, what are your hours?
9 to 5, Monday through Friday, and we have a 24 support line that is 209-533-3401.
So knowing that that is unfortunately present in our community, and that's a horrific statistic, that it's okay and that there are people there that are willing to just talk, reach out, men's groups, women's groups, go talk to them, go say hi, see what it is, and maybe it'll provide something that might help you move and deal with it more. So thank you.
And before I make comment, I'm going to go to the public for any public comment. Any on Zoom? No? Okay. Well, I just want to thank you guys. It's not just, and I know you don't mean this, but it's not just to poor or impoverished or certain locations. You know where I work, and it's the people you would never expect. And I taught that to my kids, and it saved one of my kids. So you got to be a vigilant parent. You got to know what your kids are doing. You got to know who their friends are. My kids don't spend the night at anybody else's house. Kids don't spend the night at my house because it's the world we live in. And social media is ruining our society. So if you're a parent, listen to what I'm saying. So anyways, thank you guys. So with that being said, I'm going to look for an approval for item. And thank you for what you do, because this is gut-wrenching. It's gut-wrenching. I read a few files every now and then. You guys do this day in, day out, so stay strong. Community needs you guys. So I'm going to look for somebody to approve the resolution. Make a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 37-22, proclaiming April 2022 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
And I'll second.
All right, I have a first by Supervisor Goldenberg, a second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion passes, or resolution passes 5-0. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. So Clerk of the Board, would you please read item number 21?
Item number 21, consideration of adopting Resolution 36-22, proclaiming April 4th through 10th, 2022 as Public Health Week in Tuolumne County.
Hello. I don't know if we've met you before. What's your name, sir?
I was going to get to that.
Yes.
Good morning, Chairman Kirk and members of the board. I'm Mark Fisher, Senior Staff Services Analyst from the Public Health Department.
Okay. And Mark, before you go on, I just want you to know, I know we're trying to get things done early, but I want you to take your time, present what you got to present. We appreciate you being here, and so feel free to do what you need to do in the time frame you need.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
So thank you for taking the time to acknowledge April 4th to 10th as Public Health Week. The goal of this annual celebration, led by the American Public Health Association, is to recognize the important role of public health in building and maintaining healthy and safe communities throughout our nation. This year's theme for the event is Public Health is Where You Are, which emphasizes the places where we are physically, mentally, and societally affect our health and our lives. At the local level, the Tuolumne County Public Health Department works year-round to offer residents various programs and services according to its mission to promote and protect health and well-being in Tuolumne County. Public health provide education on many preventative health topics such as nutrition, oral health, child safety, physical activity, prevention of sexually transmitted infections, and substance use reduction, particularly with tobacco and nicotine and opioids. The department also coordinates programs that aim to improve maternal infant health outcomes, provide childhood immunizations, prepare for and respond to medical and health emergencies, and collect health-related data. As you are already aware, Public Health has served as the lead agency in efforts to help Tuolumne County through the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic was challenging, to say the least, but Public Health staff immediately sprung to action to ensure the health and safety of Tuolumne County. In this role, for over the past 2 years, Public Health has provided daily COVID-19 updates to the community, conducted case investigation and contact tracing, provided health and safety guidance to essential agencies, coordinated with multiple governmental, community, and healthcare partners, established COVID-19 information call center, obtained and provided personal protective equipment to local agencies, coordinated and administered thousands of COVID-19 vaccines at vaccine clinics, and has monitored the mercurial nature of pandemic-related information to deliver the most current health and safety guidance to the public. While many of our other public health programs experience impacts due to COVID-19, such as delayed outreach events and activities and limited engagement, our staff were able to adapt, innovate, and keep many of our essential services and programs running throughout the pandemic. We moved car safety seat checkups virtually. We kept our youth coalitions up and running virtually despite a challenging school year. Our health clinic teams went mobile. We live streamed our cooking classes, and we learned how to make fun Zoom backgrounds. In ways great and small, our staff endeavored to ensure we fulfilled the 10 essential public health services in the face of one of the world's most historic public health events. As we see a decreased number of COVID cases, we are experiencing an increase in activity for our other programs. As we begin outreach events, get back into schools, return to in-person activities, and more, there is more work than ever to support the health of Tuolumne County residents. That being said, our staff have more ideas than ever. Innovating during COVID has led to a wealth of new ideas and strategies in order to provide services to and health education to all residents, especially the most vulnerable in our community, and we are eager to get this work done. We have our fruit and veggie costumes at the ready and are ready to take our programs to new levels and support much needed health services. We hope that community members see the benefit of living a healthy lifestyle, and we hope to ensure that they have the resources to do so. So this week, we kick off National Public Health Week. While we have our teams still diligently continuing to monitor COVID-19, we also have our teams going out and resuming our public health education work. We wanted to highlight the ways that the community can celebrate Public Health Week this week. In the spirit of Health is Where You Are, our theme for this year, we are doing #HealthySelfieTC social media contest. We want to highlight the small, easy, free ways community members stay healthy right in our very own county. Whether it's opting for water instead of soda, trying to quit smoking for a day, or checking out a local trail, we want community members, want community members to take their picture or a selfie of them doing a healthy activity and posting onto our social media page pinned post. We hope that by seeing the small ways others stay healthy, it may inspire someone else to try something, or at the very least, check out our local hiking trails. You can find us on Facebook at www.facebook.com/Tuolumne County Public Health, and on Instagram, our profile is TC_health. For those who participate, we'll be doing weekly drawings for a Hydro Flask water bottle. Details are on the contest page. If you visit our booth at the Blue Zones community event on Saturday, April 9th from 2 to 5 p.m. at the Motherlode Fairgrounds, you get extra entries into the contest. We are also doing a staff health challenge through the month of April. Lastly, we have a social media campaign that highlights our various programs and behind-the-scenes work that happens in our department. We hope that you can take part in our #HealthySelfieTC contest and add your selfie to the contest, or share our post to help us spread the word. Again, we want to acknowledge the work of public health here in Tuolumne, our neighboring counties, and the nation. Thank you again for your time, and I'm happy to address any questions.
I have a quick question before I hand it off. Because we've heard it a couple times, I'm checking my calendar. The Blue Zones at the fairgrounds this weekend is from, is it 2 to 5?
2 to 5.
Cool, thank you. And also TC_health is the Instagram.
Instagram, yeah.
Awesome, okay. I'm gonna hand it over to Supervisor Campbell.
Hey, thanks very much. Very good report and very good information. And I was just kind of struck by the way public health has changed in the past 2.5 years. And it has really risen to this very important element of what county government does in its community. You know, it was sort of focused more on like STIs, increasing public health and reducing smoking, these types of things. And now it's become about this, really saving lives in our community. So I just really want to salute you and all the staff at Public Health. But even with that, you still are doing the good work of reducing increasing vaccinations, reducing the number of STIs we have in the community, making sure people live half a year longer, healthier lives, which is very much in line with what the Blue Zones project is. So it's great to see that you're partnering with them on that. So just really thank you, and thank you to all the staff over at Public Health.
Thank you.
Supervisor Goldberg, you have any questions?
No, no questions, just a couple of comments. Thank you. I just sincerely appreciate all the efforts that Public Health does and has been doing, all the many challenges, that have been faced, especially over the last couple of years during everything with COVID. Tremendous amount of stress. I had the utmost respect for everyone in Public Health for what they've been doing and continue to do going through that. Though we're seeing a strong decline in COVID, I don't know that we're done with it. When we look at things that we're seeing in other countries, go ahead. You're gonna.
Probably not.
Right.
I personally am keeping a close eye on BA2 and where it's at in surrounding counties.
Exactly. And
it's not here yet, but it's on the doorstep.
right. And that's my feelings too, and that I would, I know I had the opportunity now, as of this last week, to get a second booster shot, which I will do next week. I'm scheduled, as well as my wife is too. I know that, we as board members, we have our own individual opinions, personal values, preferences, but I would just strongly encourage our board to continue to support public health in all ways possible. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Brandon.
Mine's quick. Nice to have you up here.
Thank you.
You did great, Mark, and I just appreciate the presentation. We've talked quite a bit at a lot of the previous public health conversations, and all the same points. It's a hard time. It's a hard job. It does something really important for the community, and so thank you for being there and for doing it. I'm looking forward to seeing a return again of a lot of the other health promotion things coming back to make sure that those programs are just as vibrant, if not more, than they were before. I think everybody has a completely renewed opinion of just the role of public health in society, that it's not a tangential thing for these kind of specific issues. We're really talking about some of the biggest challenges we could face as a community, whether it's STDs or it's talking about health risks, for the hospital and blue zones and community building, and of course, COVID and infectious disease. So you did great. So thanks to you, and thanks to Michelle, and thanks to the whole team.
All right, before I make comment, I'll look to the public. Is there any public comment in the room? Any on Zoom? Oh, there is in the room, and there is on Zoom as well. So we'll go with in the room first.
So those in the Public Health Department have deployed their expertise and commitment each and every day to secure a safer, healthier, and stronger community. And we should thank them for their tireless and essential service, for all you do, even under the most trying of circumstances, to improve the health of all of our community. And we've seen large segments of our population turn against public health. The agencies and as staff members were asked to completely change their work priorities. Employees didn't sign on to work for public health to do COVID testing 10 hours a day or give vaccinations 10 hours a day. And they had to temporarily or permanently abandon other public health functions to respond to a pandemic in the midst of anti-COVID restriction activists, conspiracy terrorists with misinformation and outright disinformation. Members of the public rallied against public health officials in a fight for their personal freedom and constitutional rights. We had meetings stopped because of the intense level of protesters. Public health officials have faced rude and divisive pushback from local elected officials and even law enforcement who refuse to carry out their health directives. So there's a mass exodus now in terms of abuse and burnout. So in California, by November of last year, 17 of 58 counties had lost their public health officers since the previous March of 2020. This loss of leadership leads no one to fill positions, and they're now less equipped to face the next pandemic. We learned the wrong lessons from the pandemic by attacking and removing authority from people trying to protect us. You in public health have been the truth setters. Choosing courage to keep the message alive in the face of rejection. So I salute you.
All right, and do we have any public on Zoom? Yes, we do. They on? All right, whoever's on Zoom, you're on with the board. Are they unmuted? Hello, are you there? Does it give a name? If you are there, if you would unmute yourself. Or turn up the volume, we can't hear you.
Nan, are you able to provide public comment at this time?
Not hearing any. Well, we'll give you about 5 more seconds to unmute yourself or turn the volume up. Otherwise, we're going to have to move forward.
Nan, we have you listed as unmuted. She just sent us a chat, so sorry.
Okay.
Can you just verify that you have the correct microphone selected on your computer or phone?
All right.
Is that any better?
There we go. All right. Is it Nan? Nan, you're on with the
Sorry,
board.
I unmuted 2 times and I guess it was the wrong microphone.
No, you're fine. You're good to go.
Okay. So I would like to encourage you to not only, well, am I getting feedback? I'm okay.
You're good. We can hear you fine.
Okay. So I'd like to encourage you to not only recognize what public health has done, which they've been remarkable, the job they've done through COVID, my personal interactions with them, they've been unfailingly patient and explained things to me that were hard to understand many times. But I just hope that you'll use this week to take action. Supervisor Goldenberg referenced the challenges the department has faced, and I'd like you to take the time to regard these challenges and how you can better support public health. I'd like you to conduct an after-action review of how, the board, the sheriff's department, and other county agencies have both supported and failed to support the ability of public health to enforce compliance with emergency health orders that supposedly have the power of law. To my knowledge, the BOS never approved any fines against even blatant disregard of COVID regulations. And I also believe the sheriff publicly refused to enforce mandates. And I'm not aware of anyone who was cited for repeatedly violating public health mandates. This seems to be a dereliction of duty and to promote the idea that law can be applied selectively based on political bias or the popularity of the law. What policy changes do we need to make now to empower public health and make it more effective before the next health emergency? Because it will come. How can we address the dangerous drop in childhood immunization in our county and fight disinformation? How can our county offices be more supportive in providing accurate information? And how can they better ensure compliance with public health orders and so better protect our population? And how can they ensure that the department and our laws receive the respect they are owed? Our experience with COVID-19 has been unnecessarily contentious. Oh, was that my beep?
No, you have
Okay,
54 more seconds.
I would like to see the board take this week to really look at how to better support public health and to empower them to do their job. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nan. And I don't see any more public comment in the room. Mark, thank you. You did an excellent job presenting. I appreciate you presenting this information to the board today. So with that being said, I am going to look to somebody to make a motion for this resolution.
I'll make a motion to sorry. Adopt Resolution 36-22 proclaiming April 4th through 10th, 2022 as Public Health Week in Tuolumne County.
Second.
All right, so motion by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
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 And motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Mark, very much, and thank you, Public Health.
Thank you. Before I go, I have some flyers for you.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. So I'm going to look at the time. It is 12:12, so I'm going to look to the board to my left and right. We do have two members of the public who are here for item number 25 for the arts. Would you guys feel comfortable knocking this out so we can respect their time? You guys good with that? Okay, so clerk of the board, would you please read item number 25?
Item number 25, consideration of adopting Resolution 39-22 proclaiming April 2022 and every April thereafter as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month.
Sorry, I jumped the gun before. I did not know how proclamations work. Now I do. My name is Lori Livingston. I'm the Executive Director of your local arts agency, Tuolumne County Arts. And we would like to request that the county pass this proclamation. And what I am doing here today is to kick off Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month for the state of California, and I hope that we can do that in the county as well. Through this proclamation, we are able to celebrate and communicate how the arts can contribute to strong, vibrant communities. We can use this month to expand upon the idea that the arts work to build community prosperity and resilience, from cultural districts to arts-led disaster response to artists serving as civic leaders. This month is an opportunity to have conversations on how the arts work to reimagine and rebuild the social and physical infrastructure of our communities and what policy and funding mechanisms are needed to sustain and grow culture-centered civic collaboration. The arts work to advance social justice and racial equity. By confronting unequal access to the arts with creativity and innovative collaborations. By reimagining unjust systems, California artists, culture bearers, and civic innovators can create opportunities for individuals and communities to define and advance racial and social justice together. When we work together on arts activities, when we enjoy music and community, when we invite others to participate and share their cultures, that is an important way of healing injustices of the past. The arts work to create jobs. From artist entrepreneurs to small businesses to large institutions, the creative workforce accounts for a large swath of California's economy, but there are many gaps in how creative workers are supported and recognized. This month is an opportunity to discuss how artists in our community can be more fully included in civic life through arts-based businesses and finding innovative ways to support them. The arts work to heal. California recognizes its artists as essential second responders. What is needed now is to place artists and culture bearers at the center of our state's health efforts. The arts can be at the intersection of arts and health. A creative workforce can deliver health outcomes. When the arts work, they can help our state and county to recover and thrive. So I'd like to talk a little bit about what Tuolumne County Arts is attempting to do to create more interesting and beneficial partnerships and how we're moving forward with that. One of the ways that we're trying to build prosperity and resilience is by working through grants that were given through Clean California. There are two grants that we're going to participate in. One is in Groveland, and with our point person is Denise Zitnick, and that is for a mural in Groveland. So Tuolumne County Arts will be part of coming into the community, finding the artists that would like to do the work, and so trying to put that together with also that is part of the community being proud of things like this. Projects like this. The other one that is also part of Clean California is with Jim McHargue of Solid Waste. So we're part of that grant. That's going to be really interesting. We're going to try to put into process training students in K through 12 to develop a character. And Jim has done this before in other counties. So it will be Don't Trash Tuolumne. So it'll be a cute character, maybe not so cute, I don't know. But we'll see what happens, but it should be a good learning experience and also a training experience for new citizens, young citizens, to understand how to take care of their community. The arts work to advance social justice and racial equity. We've been really happy to work with the Watch Artists Guild. We've also been working towards an LGBTQ tri-county show at Columbia College in June. The Motherlode Makers Space and TCA created a safe space for LGBTQ youth that we did last summer. We're hoping to do that again. The arts work to create jobs. We do employ artists, and that is through some of our grants, Artists in Schools. We need to rekindle Arts Reach to schools so that we will be able to train artists to go into the schools using standards-based curriculum. I'm working on a couple of grants right now through the California Arts Council in order to rekindle that program, which is very important to the schools. So those are some of the ways that we do employ people. We also need to support our artist entrepreneurs. We don't often do that. There's a really marvelous group of artist entrepreneurs that have been here for a while, at least 20 years. They are raising their young families here. They need more support. We want to create more opportunities for them. The arts work to heal. Adventist Health has been really important. They gave us some seed money to work with the Watch group, with the Watch Artists Guild. The second thing that we're going to do now that the Senior Center is opening, we got some of the money for the Watch Artists Guild, and the other money is for underserved seniors. So we want to be able to employ one of our artists in the county who will work with these underserved seniors through arts history and arts classes. And we're hoping that Adventist Health, we're going to go together with one of the representatives from Watch and ask for more support so that that money goes to the artists to support these our fellow citizens. So I know that it sounds like I think the arts can do everything, but I do. I really do. And so one of the things that I want to read to you, which I think is really interesting and important to me, it's an essay. It's called The Arts Means Business. It's by Robert L. Lynch, President and CEO of Americans for the Arts. He says, "In my travels, I meet business and government leaders who speak passionately about the value of the arts, that the value the arts bring to their communities, fueling creativity, beautifying downtowns, and providing joy. Many also share with me the challenge of balancing arts funding with the demands to support jobs and grow their economy. The arts are an investment that delivers both community well-being and economic vitality." So thank you. I appreciate you listening, and have any questions?
All right, thank you. I'm gonna start over here with at my left with Supervisor Half.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation, Lori, and for inviting us into your worldview of all the different aspects of art in Tuolumne County. I learned some things. I would like to invite you and even Claudia to come at some point and talk to me about what it would take, because we're talking about this being Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. So I want to know what kind of information you have and research you've done on creating a cultural district here in Tuolumne County. I know that legislation was passed in 2015, and the first round of cultural districts were assigned in California.
Correct.
We're not on that list. I don't know if we ever applied, and looking at their website, they still have that they're going to be opening soon in 2020. So I did write to them.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so I haven't received anything back yet. I don't even know if anybody's in their office, but I've got a target on this, and I would like to talk to you further about it at some other time.
That would be wonderful. I do have a lot of pertinent information that I can share with you that could get us to that point of becoming a cultural district. It does require data.
And partnerships.
Partnerships and data. I have two examples that we can talk about. They're different. They're different counties than us, but closely aligned because they are in the foothills. One is in Nevada County, and the other one is Mariposa.
Okay, I didn't want to take the time because it's really not exactly what we're agendized here, but I did want to mention it to you so we can talk later about this because my understanding is it brings in a lot of money for the arts and a support that we seem to be lacking, but we've definitely got the culture here. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon?
Great. And thank you. That does sound like a really exciting idea. Appreciate it, Lori, and thank you, Claudia, for spending a few hours with us for the meeting as well. And I agree. I think the arts are a huge economic component to our local area. We've always had a very diverse and deep arts industry up here, from theater and painters and artists and musicians at all the different restaurants, and it ebbs and flows, but there's always been a lot of people in that. And I think it's one of the really probably most attractive features of our area with that. I challenge that in doing this resolution, which I think is really great. We do have a couple conversations coming up related to budget, ARP, and trying to find some of the sustaining money that we need to make sure that there is a year-to-year stability in this group. I want to say thank you. I greatly appreciate the time you put in, but also working with the Jamestown Clean California projects, which are probably the same. And, all of these small but mighty efforts all combined, working with the library, working with other partners. It doesn't go unnoticed. I do really appreciate that. I think it's going to be beautiful stuff in Jamestown. I know I mentioned the mural and I mentioned some other things there, and people are totally excited.
Good,
So thank you so much.
Good.
Supervisor Goldberg.
Thanks, Lori. Well, anybody that knows me knows that I'm very passionate about the arts, and as an elected official, being on the board, I will continue to be so. I feel that Tuolumne County is far behind many other counties in recognizing the full value of arts in our community. I also feel that we as a board can and should change that in a positive manner. We should support the arts, including looking at stabilizing funding. It's very important to do. The economic benefits, they're there. They're not being fully realized here in the community, and a lot of that is due to lack of support. The cultural aspects of having a vibrant art community are huge. Both locally for all of our residents, for our children, and as a draw for businesses in looking to come to the community. And businesses do make decisions based on that, and they do it very consciously. There's just strong dividends that can be paid back in many ways, not just economically, but economically is one that's not being fully looked at. So just wanted to make those statements, very much. And again, as we move forward, we'll look during the budget process. I do not personally feel that ARPA funds are the way to go with this, because they should be for more one-time funding. I'm looking to establish a budget line, to support the arts community on a long-term basis. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, I think most everything I was going to say has been covered. I very much support Supervisor Goldenberg's comments, and just looking forward to working with you on the Don't Trash Tuolumne campaign. I mean, this was something that we had worked on in it was sort of a harebrained idea that came out of our solid waste committee, and I think it's going to be something really that we can be proud of in Tuolumne County.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah. So very much looking forward to that, and I hope you can, any kind of fundraising efforts, please let us know. And I think you have a group of people here that are very much willing to help.
Wonderful.
So
Thank you. Good to know.
Yeah. There you go.
All right, is there any, before I make comment, is there any public comment in the room? Or is there any on Zoom? All right, I want to start with the things that I appreciate, Lori. When we talk about, like when I go down to Murphy's and there's that vibe, like there's the arts, there's the music, I love that. And I'm right on board with what Supervisor Half was saying about having a district, and then also the Trust Tuolumne County. But I do have a question. The only reason why I'm asking this is just because it was brought up. But when we talk about LGBTQ, that community and kids and some of that stuff which you had brought up, is that kind of under the umbrella of this as far as the arts go, or are we talking more about arts? Like when I think arts, I think of painting, drawing, music. Like that's what I think with arts. But then I also hear this other part of it, the culture. What I think is you're saying the cultural side. So can you just help me clarify the two? Okay.
The arts are much bigger than you could possibly imagine. That's really what it is. We do, and this is really part of what the California Arts Council is supporting us in doing, meaning that the grants that we write and the money that comes to us is part of what the California Arts Council is encouraging us to be involved in for being able to have healthy communities. And part of having healthy communities is supporting underserved parts of our community, hence the seniors, LGBTQ youth, our watch artists. All of those are part of our community.
Gotcha.
All of those are our arts community.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, no, thank you for clarifying. So, and just so you know, my daughter is an artist. If you go down to Local Goods, you'll see those little wall hangings, those weavings. My daughter Amelia made those, so
Good.
I love it. Okay, so that being said, I will look for a board member to make a motion for this resolution.
I'd like to make the motion to adopt Resolution 39-22 proclaiming April 2022 and every April thereafter as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month.
I'll second.
All right, I have a first by Goldenberg, a second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And resolution passes 5-0. Thank you guys for being patient, waiting till the end.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Okay.
Appreciate it.
So with that being said, we are going to take our lunch hour. We will be back at 1:30 for a 1:30 appointment. And just, I'll just advise now, we are pulling item number 31, closed session item. So if anybody on Zoom or anybody else is sticking around for that item, 31 will be pulled. So I will see you guys at 1:30. Fifth Board of Supervisors meeting. We are going to kick it off with our 1:30 appointment. So Clerk of the Board, Ms. Ryan, would you please read item 1:30?
Okay, 1:30 p.m. Presentation on the draft 2022 Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors legislative platform for discussion and direction.
All right, and CEO Riggs is going to take it away. I did speak with her. Her portion just is just for the board info. Her portion is going to take 10-15 minutes. Really, we're just kind of looking at the blue highlighted stuff. We've already had, lots of in-depth conversations about the legislative platform. So we don't expect this item to maybe take more than a half hour. So just keep that in mind as we move forward with the item. So CEO Riggs, please take it away.
Okay, unfortunately, we don't have the item loaded quite yet on a thumb drive, so while Liz does that, I'll kind of start this off here. So Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office, and with me is Eric Earhart, and Liz Peterson will be joining us shortly. So on March 15th, yes, we had the first draft look at some ideas and concepts for your board to consider for a draft legislative platform, with the goal that we would be preparing something that would kind of remain in draft form so that you had something for the legislative conference that we will all go to on April 20th and 21st in Sacramento. So with that in mind, we had a presentation for your board and we went through that. Your board provided some comments on that and some ideas. I went through last Friday and listened to your board comments twice so I can make sure I didn't miss anything. And what we have, and we'll get that up as soon as we can. I do apologize for anyone who's watching. So what we have when the presentation comes up is the original presentation that your board and everyone saw on March 15th. And then what you will see, and you have, I believe you at least have the written presentation in front of you, and there are some in the back of the room. The items in blue are the ones that I added based on the comments that I heard from each of you during that presentation. So there was something that the board chair had requested. Supervisor Brandon had some specific Assembly and Senate bills that he had been looking at that were of concern or interest to him. And the chair had asked us that we would look at those, and if they're on the CSAC or RCRC, and see if they are already on the CSAC or RCRC platform. And so when we get there, Liz did look at that. She can provide some insight on that. But let's go ahead and get started. I am not going to go through every single thing that you guys have already heard in here. So I do plan on this to be relatively quick. Once we get a word from you today, and if it is in a form that you feel is good to move towards Sacramento, we will, I already sent out an email to department heads that if they are one of the departments that has items on the draft legislative platform, that they would provide a one-page summary of talking points for you, so that when you're in Sacramento, and should you have the opportunity or create the opportunity to go in and speak with some of the state legislators, you'll have specific information of what would be helpful to the department. And I go up and say to Public Works, where we know we would like to seek legislation for the state to allocate fuel taxes in a different way than what they do now. So for example, it could be that they're currently allocated 75% population, 25% road miles. We'd like to see that either flipped, or even at least a better percentage towards road miles, because, for example, we have almost as many miles of road to maintain as Ventura County, yet what they get in SB1 and what we get is entirely night and day different. Had your board had access to that amount of funding, our community would see a significant difference and improvement to our local roads. So with that being said, we'll go through the presentation. Thank you, Liz, for grabbing that real quick, and thank you for making copies too. Okay, so let's go ahead. We always start out with the mission statement. I will go through this because I do think it's important that we commit to providing exceptional public service that creates a healthy and safe community, exercises natural, cultural, and financial resource stewardship, promotes economic prosperity, and enhances the quality of life. We had 5 priority areas that your board had decided on: fire prevention and safety, roads and infrastructure, public safety, community health and prosperity, employee excellence, and organizational resilience. So just as a reminder, the legislative platform is used not only by the board, but also by staff in many ways. One of those for staff is if when there is something that is on the legislative platform, in the past, the board has given staff authority along with the board chair that if it's on there, that we go ahead and draft a response to whatever might be happening in relation to the I'll say it was roads, and we don't have time to get it before the board. We would look to your board to give Supervisor Kirk the authority to sign a letter without having to bring it before your board, since it's on your legislative platform. So that's the way we've used it in the past, and it has helped us to act much more expeditiously than we would, especially if we're in a holding pattern. Maybe we have 2 weeks before the next board meeting. I'm not going to read through all the objectives because we're going to do this next Tuesday, but this is one of those areas for fire prevention and safety. And then the next slide, we have some recommendations for that priority area. In the blue again are the things I heard from your board on when I listened to it on Friday, which is oppose Board of Forestry regulations without sufficient funding, seek funding and environmental regulatory relief to address lack of ingress-egress routes in rural counties, and specifically support AB 1154, which is also supported by RCRC. Support AB 1249 and support AB 1522.
And this is just a procedural question. Are we waiting at the end? Do we want to go by these one by one if there are any discussions or additions, or do we want to wait till the end and kind of track them one by one?
I kind of recommend that we go, just since there's so few, I'd kind of recommend, well, I'm fine with what you suggest, but I recommend we wait till the end. But what was in your mind?
Fine.
I'm whatever your board would like to do.
So I'll look to my right. Do you guys want to do this one at a time? I just want to be one at a time, or wait till the end?
I mean, we've had the opportunity to read through
Right.
these, so I feel pretty comfortable that I understand what's being proposed, so I don't feel it's necessary to go through them.
Okay.
And I should say, this is not to change what exists here, because so far it does look good. This is based on new information we only got from the legislative meeting with the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce, which was yesterday, as well as meeting with Borges's office and Dana, one of the staffers there, about the bills that they've introduced. We were asking last time about what our representatives are proposing. One specific to this, and it is SB 1266 by Borges, which is creating tax credits for batteries and backup generators, which is awaiting a committee time. That
Okay.
seemed to be very much in line with our priorities, and I wanted to bring that up.
Okay. So then what I'm going to have you do is go through the presentation, and then we'll have a conversation about
All right.
the entire presentation.
Okay, all right, great, we'll go to the next one. Your next priority area was community health and prosperity. And again, the blue areas, one of these has already been fixed, but I did put it up here because your board did speak to this, is greater flexibility for Project Home Key and ARP funds. That what was called out. However, your board is aware that action was taken to give counties across the nation much greater flexibility for use of ARP funds. So I think that probably has been taken care of, unless your board has further concerns with those uses. But we did send that out. I know Heather had sent out also an email from NACO about the action that was taken, but essentially up to $10 million. Still can't use it for reserves or paying down pension liabilities, but outside of that, we have great flexibility, your board does, in how you would like to utilize that funding. The next one is seek funding to revitalize public buildings, oppose SB 910, seek greater flexibility for use of Cal Home funds, and seek legislative relief from, from disproportionate audit requirements for behavioral health. We'll fix that. That was me today while you guys were talking, pulling it up and putting that in there when Tammy was making their presentation. So we'll fix that. Okay. Then the next priority area is roads and infrastructure. And the changes here, Supervisor Campbell had asked that we change it from advocate for change to allocation determination, from specific like SB1 or highway user tax to all tax-based, gas tax-based funding. And so that's been put in there, and also to increase revenues overall to rural counties for roads. Advocate for statewide legislation on dig once policies, seek recurring funding for broadband staff, and advocate to the governor to allocate state budget surplus for local road projects. Your next priority area is employee and organizational excellence or enrichment. And we have employee and organizational excellence, their priority, seek to eliminate the annual court facility payment. For those who are listening who might not know what that is when in a county, a state builds their own courthouse and they own it, they bill the counties for the maintenance on those buildings. So while we had the courthouse here, they've moved into their own. The estimated cost is around $200,000 to $300,000 per year that they will charge the county for that. Staff is recommending that your board would seek relief from that. And advocate for legislation that supports federal and state funding for current and future unfunded mandates. And none of these are new, as you can see there, what you previously had on the 15th. Public safety is another, and I don't think we have anything. AB 1599 is the only thing we had on there. And is that the last one? Is there one more? That's the last one. Oh, we have some others. Sorry, I forgot about this. These were others. I wasn't sure quite where to put them, but they were mentioned specifically by members of your board during the presentation. So advocate for state funding for deferred maintenance in state parks. I didn't know what this meant, but I put it in there and I listened to it, like I said, 2 times. Hydrogen hub or exporter. SB 886 for CEQA exemptions for student housing, transitional and/or affordable housing projects. I didn't know if those were the same, and I haven't done research on each of these Assembly or Senate bills. Support CSAC and RCRC in advocating to withdraw PERS funds from Russian-based investments. CARB exemption for well drillers. And just as an update, I did ask Dory, our OES coordinator, to go to Cal OES and ask if this is something that they're working on. If not, we need to put in a formal request. We may be able to get that through the drought proclamation, if anything else, at least during that period. Oppose SB 1383, which your board's already been working on, and then support Care Court. And in here, I just want to make sure your board knows, staff is recommending that we not support Care Court in its current form. And I am actually one of the 10 CAOs sitting on a work group for CAOs across the state. We have a call this Friday with state administration about the potential impacts of Care Court. The concern is there's a couple of them. The first one is it's another program that the state is essentially forcing down on counties without ensuring there's the necessary infrastructure for the services that they may order. There's also, and I did send an email to our court executive officer. I haven't heard back from him yet, but what I heard from other CAOs is that when they spoke to their CEO of the courts, many of them didn't know anything about Care Court, had never heard of it. So it's very clear that there's a lot of work to do. And what we are working through and hoping to do with the state is a couple of things, is get them to maybe acknowledge and write into that that regulation that courts may not order beyond what is locally available. So, if we don't have we don't have residential placements, we don't have housing, and we don't have enough clinicians, it makes it really hard to do a court order treatment for individuals, but we could get them in a queue so that they're now on a list to get served. The other one is we talked about maybe having a pilot program in a county that was more ready and able to implement this, so we could kind of learn from what they experience and go from there. So that's kind of where we're at, but we will meet this Friday. I have asked Tammy Mariscal, our behavioral health director, to join me in that call. So as they're talking, if there are some specific questions she has, I can pose those to the administration as well while we have them on the phone. But I just want to make sure your board knows this actually comes with sanctions. So very much like if you don't have enough licensed clinicians or psychiatrists by the ratio that you're supposed to serve, they actually, San Joaquin was fined several $1 million for not having them. And it wasn't because they weren't looking and they weren't doing some really proactive recruitment. They're not available. There's a nationwide shortage of these types of specialty care professionals out there. But it's also the same with this. So there are written into the state initiative is also sanctions for counties if we don't follow through on it. So it has a potential to be harmful. If our department is paying sanctions, that means that's money that's not going to services for our community. And so we just want to make sure that we walk through this carefully in partnership with all of the stakeholders that are affected, both internal to the organization and county departments and external, and that we go slowly. They want this implemented and running by January, and we're not sure how we will make that happen. So I think, is that the last one? I think so. And with that, we are looking for your direction and on how you'd like to proceed.
Okay. I'll kick us off. Usually, we go around, but I'll just start off. Thank you for adding this. I'm just going to go through this really quick. Slide number 6. AB 1249, AB 1522. If we could maybe just for future reference and for other people, just have a brief description about what those are. And then if we go to the next slide, community health and prosperity. No big deal, but ACES, ACE, I think it's supposed to be a lowercase s. Again, no big deal, just catching it. Under expand community services, next one. Right. And then under support business attraction for community strength areas, I'm not sure if we know what strength areas are, so if we could kind of get that more defined, maybe with Cole's input. I'm just not really sure what we're talking about. So, well, with somebody's but I'd like to know what we're talking about when we're talking about strength areas and invest small businesses. So am I clear on that one? Does that make sense? Okay. Slide number 8. Again, a brief description on SB 910. If we could just so everybody knows what we're talking about. And then roads and infrastructure, I have one just suggestion, that bottom, so the one I'm looking at is different. There you go, okay. Advocate to the governor to allocate state budget surplus for local road projects. To me, that's just like one of the number one things, so I don't know if it makes a difference if we bump it up to the top. I just would like to maybe see it at the top. And then based on roads too, and this is a question to CR Riggs, do we have any feedback from the state as far as where we might be with that meeting with the budget team for the roads? Not yet, okay. And see if there's anything else. Slide 14, public safety legislative priorities. Again, the AB 1599, if we could just have a description. And then my few more things. Okay, the other recommendations slide. When we talk about carb exemption for well drillers, maybe there's other exemptions that we should be asking for too. I don't know, but I'm sure if we do a little bit of research on what's going to be impacted through that carb I mean, I'm thinking of like firefighters and chainsaws, and I don't know if there's other vital tools out there that might be that we might want to be asking for exemptions. I don't want to have chainsaws running on batteries at that firefighters. Just a thought. And then SB 1383, of course, a description. And then you did a really good job of explaining care court, but we might want to have a little bit of an explanation next to that for the future. And then my final comment is, you know, when we look at these other recommendations, do any of these fit under our priorities anywhere? Because if I mean, there's some really good ones, but if they don't fit under a priority, I'm kind of questioning if we want to be focusing in on those.
I think we can find a place for sure, you know, where we have other housing items. When I was going through this, I was kind of trying to figure which one, and I did those, as you know, I sent them to you Friday evening, and so we haven't had time as a group, but we'll find a
So
place
maybe
for them.
figure out
Yep,
a way
we'll
to tuck
figure it
them
out.
into one of the five. So that's basically my 2 cents. So thank you for putting this together and getting it in front of us. Half, I saw you shaking your head. You want to go next? Okay.
I only have a few comments. And only one really on the priorities. Let me see what page it's on. And it was something we talked about, and Kim, maybe you can help me remember. It's something we talked about regarding roads and the speed studies and having to enforce only the roads where there's been an official speed study, and so then our law enforcement can't write tickets, and so people are driving crazy. Plus legislation. Okay, we also talked about. I think there was a concern on this board. There are speed studies that are done, and it raises the speed limit, like on Tuolumne Road, Monoway. Because 85% of the travelers, the people driving vehicles, were going faster, and we talked about something to limit that. Can you come up and just put what I'm saying into better words? Because I don't know exactly what the legislation would be that we'd be going for, but we all expressed concern over these two things. Need your help.
There you go. Hold on, can't hear you.
Sting? There we go.
There we go.
Yes, so I think it's AB 43, but don't hold me to that.
Okay.
There is something out there already that allows us to have a little bit more flexibility when there's a safety issue involved, because right now, like you said, it is based on the 85th percentile.
Yeah.
When you do a speed study, which often results in a higher speed than a lower speed. Yes, at Blossom just confirmed for me, AB 43, and we are already implementing it when it becomes law in 2024. So I think it's already in motion, but how much flexibility that'll have, I don't know.
And does that also have something to do with, you have to have the speed study in order to enforce whatever the miles per hour is, or is that separate?
That is still the law. You have to have that in order to enforce it. So you could still give a ticket, but whether it be defensible, I believe, in court, there has to be a speed study to support it.
Okay. All right, thank you. So that's all I had on that, and I have, okay, I'm going to get philosophical on you guys here a little bit. I remember, and I didn't look it up, so I don't remember specifically, but back in the day, Gandhi was asked if he would come out and protest something. I think it was Gandhi. And he said no, but let me know when you're marching for something and I will be there. Okay? I kind of subscribe to that philosophy. Stand up for what you're for. Okay? So with that in mind, looking at slide number 9 on roads and infrastructure, I'm wondering if instead of saying no more than 4% of county bridges in poor condition, if we can say something like 96% of our roads or more in satisfactory or good condition, whatever the terminology is. Let's go for what we're for.
We will be doing your priorities, objectives, and action items on next Tuesday, so that would be a good item that we will try and
Okay.
remember to.
Well, I've got
for you
one
guys to
more that's
discuss.
like
Okay.
that.
Yep.
I'd like to state what we're for and put it in a positive terms. And there was one other that was like that. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. It's under employee organizational excellence. And we put decrease our organization's vacancy rate. I would like to see it say increase our retention rate. That's all.
Okay, I'm gonna jump over to this side to Supervisor Campbell.
All right, I don't have too much. Slide 10. So I'm gonna, with apologies to the chairman, I'm gonna counter moving advocate for the governor to allocate state budget. I would argue that the first element there, if we are prioritizing them in order, we are working on that right now to amend the public works or the public contract code so that we can do that. And I feel that this is something we can might be able to make headway on. And so I did like having that as the first priority because it's something that we're already working on. And if you were to point to one single thing that we could do at the state level to advocate for, if we had to get rid of everything here except for one thing, that's the one thing that we could probably do that has the most chance of success and could have the most immediate impact on our ability to conduct road improvements and bring more money into our road system. So that's my little pitch on that. But obviously, I don't think we have them numbered, so I don't know that it matters.
So what you're telling me is you sit on TCTC and you kind of know what you're talking about.
Well,
So that's fine with me.
No, but I pretend like I do on TV.
No, that's fine. I mean, yeah, the governor to allocate state budget surplus, that would be an action that a single governor would do in governor's change. If we could change the limit for public works, and that's a forever thing, then that's fine with me. So
Yeah,
we'll leave it there.
No, I agree completely that, that there's the budget surplus is like this big, huge issue, and we're kind of in a sea of other counties with all these other requests. But on this public contract code, that is a specific area where our county is getting the shaft. And I think that if they're doing their job, the state would recognize that and change it. So that's my little pitch on that. And then going to the last page, I think these other recommendations are all in line with some of the things that we've talked about either here or in some of the committees. This slide 15, except I agree with the staff recommendation on care court because, well, first of all, we don't really know all that it entails, where the funding is going to come from, who's going to pay for it, who's going to administer it, all the kind of key details we would want to know before supporting something like this. But in my mind, there's a bit of an implication from some of the things that I've read about care court that it's focused on, it implies that local municipalities are dropping the ball and that we need to be held to harder account about the services that we provide. And I now that may not be the actual intent of this, but I get a little bit of that feeling when I read some of the things about it, and I vehemently disagree with that viewpoint. I think that counties and cities are doing their utmost to provide mental health care services, and sometimes we don't get enough support from the state to be able to carry out those services. I think if we had the funding and the resources that we needed to do everything that we would like in the community, we wouldn't be having a lot of the problems that we have. So that's kind of my view on Care Court. So I think everything else here is in line with what we're doing, but I don't, without more information about what the final product of Care Court would be, I wouldn't want to support it.
Okay, I'm going to jump back over here to Supervisor Brandon.
Pull up some notes. So back on fire prevention and safety, like I mentioned, this is after a meeting with League of Cities rep and Borges, finding some of the things that I think they're in line with as an indicator of where we might support something. One of them is SB 1266 under that. Looking that up under CSAC, it's currently under a watch position. RCRC does have a support position. Again, I'm thinking, what are we bringing to CSAC potentially? I think that's something that would be really great to introduce and ask CSAC to have a support position for tax credits for batteries and backup generators in our county. And it has details here, but basically a 50% tax credit with a maximum of $3,500 to purchase a backup generator, and then up to 50% of $5,000 for a battery backup system as a recommendation. And I apologize for kind of the late notice on some of this too. As we talked last time, there's not really a process yet where we would submit this for kind of review and have it come back as much. So I think we're just at the beginning of starting that, but a few of these I felt were important enough to bring up. Other than that, I'm fine with fire prevention and safety priorities there. That looks good. On to community health and prosperity. One huge issue, especially with the pandemic and for children, has been substitute teachers filling in. There is a bill out there, which is SB 1397, also authored by our State Senator Borges. And this is to try and address the relief of substitute teachers. Basically, they can only do, I believe, 29 days right now, which makes it a constant rotation. It's not good for kids. This extends that period so subs can stay in there longer. I'd like to see a support position on that. Two other programs that I hope that we had brought up during the meeting, but if we hadn't yet, but we have had a lot of conversations at the county about, have been Project Home Key and advocating for what would be similar like the Board of Forestry. In this is what we would like to see as a rural county. And then Cal Home Funds and seeing flexibility to apply that laterally to a different project. And I've talked to somebody who's in the governor's office. They're very interested in that. Being able to compose a letter and send that in, I think would be really valuable. What specifically we'd like to see of how we can do that. So I don't know, those weren't on there. We may not have talked about it, but we have talked about that a lot at the county.
They're in there.
Where?
So Home Key is right there on the one.
Oh,
that
Cal
we're-
Home Funds, yeah.
And so is Home Key. It's right there on the screen. Well,
Oh,
maybe
well,
in
I
front of
just-
you down here.
I just completely read over it. You know what? Take all that back.
That's okay.
Yeah, sorry. With that forward into the roads and infrastructure priorities, I wanted to recommend for the last item for the state budget surplus, specifically mentioning above the GAN limit. And so the 25 billion, I think branding on it maybe is sometimes important. I think what we should be asking for is especially rural, but a local road bailout by the state. A lot of people are talking about declining road conditions again, and we have 25 billion that could go to that. I think if we talk about we just want the surplus, it's saying, well, we want anything of the surplus. No, specifically of the 25 billion, they can't put to anything else except tax cut, education investments, direct pass-through, or roads and infrastructure. Put it to infrastructure. So roads bailout. And I have a meeting coming up with the chair of our CSAC HLT for Transportation Committee, which I would like to be able to introduce that we have a support position for that specifically. Moving on, there were two more brought up by the League of Cities, one good, one bad, for public safety, which I know we don't have a lot on here for legislative priorities yet. One of them is AB 2062. AB 2062 is for $50 million for the recruitment of police and sheriffs and law enforcement officers to address kind of some of the critical vacancies recently. They have a support position for that. Let me check on this. RCRC is pending. CSAC has a watch position, so neither of them have formally endorsed it yet. And then we have AB 89. This is a really concerning piece of legislation that the league brought up. I was not familiar with this beforehand, but this is increasing the minimum education requirements for police and sheriffs from basically requiring a college degree and the minimum age being 25, which in concept I think could be a good idea. But obviously for all the areas struggling to try and attract deputies, this could be hugely devastating to our recruitment efforts. So recommending an oppose on that. Looking up AB 89, CSAC and RCRC both have a watch and pending thing on that, so I think we could move the needle towards supporting that. Sorry, thank you for clarifying. Supporting AB 2062, moving their support position, and moving to oppose AB 89 or the like, for example, a rural exemption or something like that. Rural exemption might be great because then we might get some more deputies coming in to our areas with that. Then looking at, lastly, other recommendations, I pretty much agree with staff recommendation on that, and I do think they fit in various ways under our other priorities. I would ask to staff if there's the opportunity, instead of saying support care court, similar to the Board of Forestry, sending a letter of this is what we would want to support this. So we're more of a lean oppose, and then telling them a path that they could take so we could implement this. Because the core of the tool, which is basically involuntary mandated care for people that can't take care of themselves, I very strongly support. It's a small group, but you know, there really is no other option. But then doing so in a way that I think, like Supervisor Campbell had mentioned, is not saying it's our fault. It's oftentimes the state regulations we're following or the resource shortages we have. So if that is something that we would consider, if not, then that's okay.
Supervisor, could we stop just for a moment on that one? What I would request from your board is that you would allow your CAO statewide to continue working on this with administration so that we can better define what that looks like, because right now, you know, the Mental Health Directors Association and your CAOs are working on this, and if we just have a little bit more time, maybe I can bring an update to you once we have a few of these meetings. And then where I'm going is it could be possible that your CAO association may be drafting a letter, and that would be something I could bring before you as well. So I just like to kind of let it work its way through just a little bit longer, but I will provide updates as we do that, if that is okay with everyone.
That works perfectly fine, at least from my perspective on that.
Thank you.
I think I only had one last point to bring up. This was expanding a little bit on the hydrogen hub and exporter. This is building on the idea that we have a green energy plant coming in with biomass. I attended the Select Senate Subcommittee on Hydrogen about a week ago. I went through about 3 hours of testimonies and discussions that were happening there. One of the big discussions at the state, as we try and look at diversifying our energy needs, especially for hard to electrify technologies, trains, planes, semi-trucks, things that batteries are kind of difficult, if not impractical for, is that the hydrogen market's going to continue to boom. But there's a lot of big discussions of, do we pick one big urban area and start there? Do we do it across the state? What type of hydrogen do we use? So fossil fuel hydrogen, natural gas hydrogen, or biomass. What I wanted to clarify on that, and if the rest of the board supports that, is that we have two focuses: to recommend the state invest in green hydrogen from biomass, and two, infrastructure for hydrogen in rural areas. The reason being, one, that obviously is a biomass issue, so it solves two birds, one stone, it builds off what we're already doing. And two, if the state tries to do the most efficient approach, that excludes us. And that says that the rest of the state may move forward with this technology because we're too expensive to put some hydrogen stations at gas stations, and I would like them to consider rural areas. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay. We'll probably have some, I know. When we're done, I want to hear what you're hearing because lots of things have been said. But Supervisor Goldberg.
Yeah.
Your turn.
So, a lot of different things here. Just a minor clerical item on documents. If we're going to have a document with page numbers, have them be consistent all the way through the document. Just so when we're looking at slide numbers, at least on my printed version, it doesn't show numbers, so it's hard to refer to a specific slide. I concur with the bill information. You know, when we have a bill number, SB or AB number, you know, brief description, that's very good both for the board as well as the public. The care court issue, I guess I have a little bit of a problem in saying that we're just blanket not going to support it, and perhaps until we have a little bit more information. And you know, several board members have discussed this, so I don't want to, you know, think that we're going to come out with a position until we have a little bit more information. Other than that, you know, we look at some of these other issues, and Supervisor Brandon just, you know, spoke about hydrogen, electric. There's emerging technologies, you know, there. Hydrogen definitely is reliant upon having, you know, fuel cell stops, you know, where they can refuel. So yeah, I understand that, and rural areas is good. It's the same issues that electric car companies are dealing with, you know, building out their network of recharging stations. You know, I think everybody's pretty familiar with Tesla, but there's a lot of other electric companies coming out now, and they're pretty successful, and even on electric trucks. You know, they have a pretty good range. I guess my last comment would be, you know, when we, and I realize Supervisor Brandon, you spoke that RCRC and CSAC had not come out with some positions on some of the things that the League of Cities did. But I'm really interested in where we are from the county perspective and what CSAC and RCRC is doing. You know, because they're specifically identifying on the counties. Not to say that the League of Cities is not driving things that hopefully, you know, we can get more information on, but I would be reluctant to take positions just based on what the League of Cities are saying, because they're more interested, you know, in the city positions.
On both pieces, they are both a pending or watch position. So they haven't taken a pro or con on either.
Yeah, and I did hear that. I'm not, you know, I'm not trying to ignore that. I just, you know, exercise a little caution, you know, on how we move forward. That's all I have. Thanks.
That was kind of my thought too, that on positions that have a watch, that we could just follow that, you know, just we could watch too, and until there's some kind of decision one way or the other, then we decide at that point whether we're going to support or not.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to public comment real quick before we give final input on this process. Is there any public comment in the room? Any on Zoom? Okay. So, CEO Riggs, do you want to kind of repeat back what you're hearing? I think for me, for me, what I thought we were kind of touching up the blue. It sounds like there's some asks for some ads, and I feel like every time we talk about this, we could definitely add, because there's always going to be new things on the horizon, always going to be new bills. But I don't want to poo-poo some of, like, specifically, I know that there's potential facility when it comes to some of the technology that Supervisor Brandon brought up. So, I mean, off the top of my head, I'm kind of latching onto that idea because I think that's pretty important for the rural communities. But do you want to kind of give me some feedback what you're hearing and what we need to clarify for you moving forward?
Yes, so I'm going to look at my two colleagues so if I forget anything, I will look at them to tell me where because I'm sure I didn't get it all. So I have SB 1266 from Borges, and I have AB 43. And I didn't write down support because I can't remember. I was writing these down, but I have support. I have support for the SB 1266. I have support for SB 1397. and that we would change the language on the last slide for the state surplus, that would be state surplus above the GAN limit, and specifically about like a road bailout. And I don't know if you want that road bailout for, especially targeted for rural counties? Yes, okay. Then I have support AB 2062, which is $50 million to help recruit law enforcement officers. Oppose AB 89, which it would be increasing the minimum education for police officers or law enforcement and a minimum age of 25. I wrote down the first part of the hydrogen, and then I forgot the second part. That's why I listened to you guys a couple times afterwards when we do the recording. So I have hydrogen hub biomass let's see, recommend state invest in green hydrogen from biomass. I didn't get that second part, but I would imagine. Yes, infrastructure, go ahead.
Just the infrastructure for the hydrogen.
Right, for fueling,
Yeah, I don't
fueling
know
infrastructure.
if I forgot anything, so.
I think we still had just some corrections in the presentation you had asked for as well, Supervisor Kirk, as far as clarifying what the Assembly bills and Senate bills were. Clarifying what those strength areas are, we'll do that as well. I think looking for other exemptions in addition to the CARB exemption that might help us through the drought. I think that's all I have.
And
looks like we covered it.
Just on that really quickly, I believe it was AB 1454, if I'm remembering correctly, the solar exhaust small engine ban. So if we're looking for exemptions for all of those, I think it would mostly be opposing or looking for an exemption from AB 1454, if I remember that correctly.
So,
Thank you.
just so I'm clear, everything that you just clarified, with the exception of 1383, is not on this list that we have. Because I am not familiar with a lot of these proposed legislation, and I don't really feel comfortable having a position on it until we've had time to review it. So we have a plan here that I think covers more bases than we probably need, honestly. So I'm not real in favor of adding to it at this point, because we've met on this a number of times, and I think we have a pretty comprehensive list of legislative priorities, and I think if we can even accomplish 10% of this, we're in pretty good shape.
And part of my point too, like the ones regarding like the sheriff's office, that makes total sense, but I don't even, I would kind of like the sheriff to weigh in on that, because I haven't even read the bill or the legislation on it, or what the proposal would be. And I know, so the whole point is, and that's kind of what I'm getting at, is that I feel like every time, if we keep adding to this list every time, we're gonna be, it's important, but I can't make an informed decision on a lot of this stuff, and that's kind of where I'm struggling.
And it doesn't preclude us as individuals advocating for or against any of these assembly bills. So we're just talking about what we're going to do as a single body, and, you know, that's not advocating for these types of issues. I don't think is our main responsibility, unless it has direct impact on something that we're doing in county operations, which, you know, certainly everything that the assembly does has some impact, but we need to prioritize and put our, you know, we need to focus our energy on the things that we think are most likely to succeed, which is actually what brought me to bring up the Public Resources Code. You know, there are various reasons we should put a lot of energy into that. But these other things, you know, I would worry about putting energy into them that will have to come from somewhere else that we have a better chance of succeeding.
So the bill number for the law enforcement officers, again, Supervisor, I'm sorry.
The bad one's 89, and the good one's 2062.
2062. So we do have the sheriff here. Be interested in having him speak to this.
Afternoon, Board. AB 89 in its original form was basically increases the age requirement to 25 years of age or have a bachelor's degree in the related field. I think with our inability to hire folks, it would literally cripple us, our ability to hire folks. You know, education and law enforcement is a very valuable thing. I'd love to have it, but to have it as a requirement would absolutely cripple us in our ability, and it would drive up costs even higher. As far as, you know, if you have somebody that's gone to a 4-year degree, you're going to have to pay them more. So I think it's an oppose. And if I may, I have one other one that's come up. AB 1608, it basically would, for counties, for smaller counties, would make the office of the sheriff coroner split into 2 different offices. So the county would bear the extra cost of having to create and build a new division of the coroner's office, which for me, we contract out. So basically you would have to develop another office just to contract out. So something you should look at and research, but that's all I have.
On that, I just looked them up. Both RCRC and CSAC on 1608 have an opposed position standing for that.
Okay. So kind of,
did I miss, I'm sorry, did I miss one bill? There was $500 million about getting additional law enforcement?
For recruitment?
Correct. That's AB 2062 by Assemblyman Salas.
Thumbs up, yes.
Okay. So I think maybe the problem or the issue that Supervisor Campbell and myself are kind of dealing with is moving forward, like if we had a meeting every 2 weeks, we could add to this list every 2 weeks. And I think that's kind of why why we have our priorities, our objectives, our action items, because that kind of guides where maybe that support would be. So I think what we need to figure out moving forward after today is when important bills like this come up and issues come up where we need to support it, we need to have a process where we don't have to bring it back before the board every single time. Maybe it goes through that department head and it falls in line with our, priorities, objectives, action items, and moving forward, we just support that, because otherwise some important issues might get lost and some important issues might not be dealt with as far as, letters of support. So, we discuss it. I think since we discussed it and we spent board time talking about these ABs, we should put it on our platform and we should support or oppose them. But I kind of want to bounce off the board, like how we're going to do this moving forward.
And I think that is a good point, because what we're talking about, and this may sound like semantics, but we're talking about priorities. And if we're talking about individual assembly bills, we're talking about legislative positions. We're actually taking a position on a proposed piece of legislation. And to me, a priority is something that, for example, we would want to support, taking the sheriff as an example, a priority would be something like we want to support legislative efforts that would increase our county's ability to attract and retain law enforcement professionals. Right. That's a priority. A specific position would be Bill ABC accomplishes that goal that we're trying to achieve. And so I'm just really not too eager to call out specific pieces of legislation as a legislative priority, because they can also change. They can be amended, and some of the ones that have been discussed, I haven't read them or I don't know what the details are about them, so I wouldn't want to include them in our legislative priorities until we've had a chance to do that.
And I would concur on that. I would ask that the sheriff or any other department for that matter, if they have a specific bill that they see could be advantageous to the county, that they bring that to the board looking for a support.
Mm-hmm. And I think an easy way to do that is just have a department head put it like on the consent calendar, so we all have an opportunity to read it before the board meeting and support something moving forward.
Right, so this is kind of where I was saying in the past, we would have used a legislative platform that is a position and not, that's why you wouldn't have, you didn't see staff list any of the assembly bills or Senate bills. Because, for example, we want to look for extension of public water infrastructure to support firefighting. So anything that would lend to that, that was legislation that we became aware of, we would then work with the board chair and just take either oppose if it's against it or support if it would help us do that. That's the type of thing we would do, and they wouldn't all be funneling through the board, because sometimes we can't get them there in the time that there might be a hearing between one of the committees at the state level or even federal. So what Supervisor Campbell's said was what I was trying to explain is when we have those legislative priorities and your overall arching priorities, when we find legislation that falls within one of those or opposes it, that's the action we take. So if it opposes something specifically opposite of what you're trying to achieve, then we would begin working with the department head and the board chair to draft language to get a letter in time that would oppose or
And,
support.
and that wouldn't preclude, for instance, like Supervisor Brandon attending a meeting with board, just hearing that there's a great, assembly bill out there. He brings it to your attention. We draft the letter. I sign it. We sign it.
Exactly.
So yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's kind of the route that.
And you can always do individual letters, which some of you do already do. It's when you want that on board letterhead that we would come to the board chair when you've all decided upon a specific stand that you want to take on an issue. And that's how we've used it in the past in order to move very, very quickly.
And I agree with Supervisor Campbell. I think in the long term that we would be separating priorities from more of a legislative agenda of specific bills. I think we were just doing that kind of at the same time with this, which I'm comfortable with. But I do agree that one is action and one is standing positions. And in the future, we should define that. Also, and I think sounds like there's a lot of support for that, a digesting process. We find something, we're able to put it into a workflow, figure out how it goes through. When we find these things, it's a little better than maybe just having to bring it up each time to the board. I just want to share a little of where my focus is and why these bills and kind of why now is actually when CSAC and RCRC take a support or opposed position, to me, most of the battle's already won, unless we're trying to convince our reps in our area. Because at that point, a resolution from us, they only care in our representative area. If they're already voting on it or firm, it has less of an impact. Where I feel we have the most impact is actually when it's watch or pending or something like that, where we can move all these other counties to support that. And we have CSAC coming up. Some of these I was specifically thinking that, well, maybe the goal out of it is to introduce that as a item to the various committees that we're on. So for example, Ag, Environment, Natural Resources, to support one from our own state senator, show that we're trying to be able to get a support position on that. That might be really beneficial for something that is, I think, fairly straightforward, tax credits for batteries and backup generators. But I do understand the concern of bringing this up a little bit last minute. I tried to pick things that I thought were fairly straightforward. With that, keeping it in mind, I would be comfortable moving forward with recommendations on those as laid out, but I certainly respect that idea as well. So.
And one last item, and we're headed into budget season here shortly, but a lot of these discussions lend precedence to creating a legislative analyst position that is going to monitor, because there's so many different bills, and it's very different. The departments, our individual department heads, they do the best they can, and they become aware of stuff, but somehow we need to corral this up into a better way of managing, these issues going forward.
So just real quick, Supervisor Goldenberg, years ago when I had the time to do it, when I was a legislative analyst, once I had the legislative platform, I would go onto the state website for all the state bills, and I would actually sign up for anything under the certain topics, then I would get an email and I could track them. Unfortunately, we simply don't have the capacity to do that. So whether we look at, a position or a firm who helps with that, but if that's the level of engagement your board would like to have, we don't have the capacity for that level of engagement right now, unfortunately. And so it's something just to think about as we move forward. You know this, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, of bills that work through the state legislature, forget the federal level, every single year. and there's too many for any of us on with our other assignments to try and track these. And this is how they get lost, because we just don't have the time to go through, and like I did way back when I would read these and I would bring them to all the appropriate committees, and I would work with the state or the state assembly member or senator and get their summaries and present to a committee, and then we would committee or commission and bring it to the board. That has really fallen by the wayside these probably since Rimfire, honestly, when really OES and all of these things have been just picking up steam, tree mortality, drought, and we're back into it. I don't know if we ever left it. Anyways, just something for your board to consider as we continue moving forward, of where your priorities are and the level of engagement that you want us to have in these types of things.
Okay, so after this, what's the process after today?
We had scheduled, so we have time if you want to bring this back on April 19th. If not, we'll take, if you're saying this is it, we want to just move forward with this, if that's what you tell me today, then we will begin cleaning it up as you had directed, and then working with department heads to give us additional information for you that you could take with you to the conference. So I'm just looking for your direction. If you're saying no, move forward with what you have and what you discussed, and does that include the additional assembly bills and Senate bills that you talked about? And if that's the case, then we won't bring it back on the 19th, and we'll start working on those one-page summaries.
So my 2 cents, just based on what I'm hearing from some of our other supervisors, is I'm okay with the 2 that the sheriff spoke to, because he's here. I can get his feedback. I can support that. The other ones, I don't have enough information to make an informed decision, although they sound like I'm very interested. So I would be okay with adding those 2 ABs to today. I would be okay. I'm of the mindset that the department heads and you guys, I don't think I need to hear this again, because you know what the priorities are, you know what to go after. When other ABs and other bills come up, you guys know what to go after, what to bring to us for our attention, for support or opposition. So I guess I have 2 ideas, which is support the 2 for the sheriff's office, and the second one would be I would be okay with not doing this again in April. I think you guys can get going on it. So that would be my suggestion, but I want to look to my left and my right.
I agree to a point. I think we're never going to be totally having an exhaustive list, because we just got started. So I would like to put our energies into starting this process sometime after we're done with budget this year for the next calendar year, and really do a good job at our legislative process and who's going to help us with that, whether it's a firm or a part-time person, and call it pretty much good. I think we've got staff resources that need to be spent in other places, especially with our capacity issues, and this is our test run. This is where we get to see how well we're doing when we go to the CSAC Legislative Conference in the middle of April with what we have, and how we can do it better. I don't think we're ever going to get it so polished that we're, boasting and puffing our chests about it this year. But I'd like to see us do that next year.
I concur.
I agree too. I like the call it good philosophy, which I think acknowledges the fact that there are things that we're just going to miss and we're not going to be able to advocate for effectively because we just don't have the resources at the time. And I think that's a realistic approach, and it's the one that we really don't have any choice but taking.
So I'm okay, as mentioned, with the legislative priorities here. I really do think we need to hire somebody to manage this, especially adding nothing else with the goals we have are not small, tangible, achievable ones only. Some of these are huge. Homeowners insurance, road bailout, changing the whole SB1 allocation. I mean, these are giant issues and important issues. So I think that's really important. I think we do need that. We are going to miss things. I view this as kind of a fluid process. I think a lot of these things I did bring up could fit under our current priorities if we're comfortable with that. I'm laser focused right now on just CSAC. What are we bringing there? And after that, I think the slower process of how do we develop this full, hopefully in conjunction with somebody, program with it. But I think to set ourselves up for success, I very strongly believe that we need somebody. it's not just the skill and the talent. We have that in the office. It's the time. It's the time, and sometimes it's the connections. We just need somebody that's able to do this all the time because it's always going to be changing. We might adopt a legislative calendar and a bunch of the bills die in committee, or they change, as Supervisor Campbell mentioned, and it's no longer what we want. It's always going to be changing. Only way to do that is we have somebody, or we hire a group.
Okay. Well, I heard board consensus.
Sorry, one last thing. We had 3 actually for law enforcement that were brought up.
Yeah,
So
we're
we
going to
had-
put that on there.
And so you
Sheriff's
said 2. So just, I would agree that those 3, at the sheriff's recommendation, we
3.
would take those positions
Sure.
on.
Sheriff's in
and-
the room, so we're good with that.
And recommend we take them to CSAC.
Okay. So you got direction? Cool. All right, I'm going to give us a 5-minute break, and then we will come back and do, that was our 1:30 appointment. Item 26, when we return. Return. Okay, there we go. Okay, we are going to move on to item number 26. Clerk of the board, would you please read item 26?
Consideration of approving an agreement between the County of Tuolumne and Rico USA Incorporated in the amount of $272,000 per year for a 5-year term and authorizing the board chair to sign.
Take it away.
Your IT director. As mentioned in the board memo, the contract with Rico expired in April of 2021. We've taken the last year basically to work with Rico and all the departments to what we call right size up what our fleet's supposed to look like with the multi-function printers. And as a result of that, we're able to reduce the size of some of them. And as you also know, a lot of departments have digitized some of their work, so they're printing less than what they were before. And so you'll see that in the cost of the entire contract has gone down significantly from where it was previously. The total savings is around $5,000 a month. We also anticipate that we could save between $1,200 and $1,500 on the monthly fees that we pay just for the printing overages that are not included in the contract. So when we have a certain amount of pages within the contract that I identified in the memo, if we go over those prints, then we have to pay extra, and we go over every single month. This is a renewal through a state contract. It includes a couple of extra things that we don't have today. One of them's a feature called Secure Print that allows us to print something and it'll just hold it in the printer until you walk by and swipe your key card, and then it'll print it out for you. So if you have confidential documents or you're doing reviews and that kind of stuff, you can just send it to Secure Print, and then when you have opportunity, just walk by and swipe your card and it'll print it out for you. We're also including a feature that Rico's partners with DocuWare, and as part of the renewing of the contract with them, they're including a license for DocuWare, which is a document management solution that we were looking at back when we were talking about ARPA funds that we were looking at using for public works. And if you recall, we took that money and used it for our disaster recovery solution instead. So we're going to be able to move forward with that project and incorporate it with this Rico contract. And they're doing both the DocuWare and they have a feature that it's an IA feature where you train it to where it identifies what kind of document it is. So I can scan like a P1 form for HR and automatically go to HR. It doesn't go into mine because it knows what kind of documents we're scanning. So those two features and the work associated with those are being included in the renewal of the contract at no cost for the county. So with that, that's all the information I have, and I'm open for any questions. And I brought Trevor Gregg here. He has worked on the contract with Rico for the last year and a half and evaluated all the machines throughout the county.
Cool. So thank you, Roger. Bring it back to the board. I don't have any questions. Look to my left.
I just have a couple of words for you. And that is what's not to like, right? Less cost, more features.
Right.
Okay, end of story.
We'll keep you around.
And we'll get all new equipment. So
cool.
Roger, Trevor, good job. That's all.
Just in brief, you pointed to one thing, Roger, the confidentiality of printing. that key card swipe. I really like that idea. You know, we're sharing a printer, and you know, they get mixed up, and you know, they get stacked up, and you know, some of them could be more sensitive. So I'm glad to see us moving in that direction.
Any comments? Thumbs up. Thumbs up. So I'm gonna look for a motion.
Like public comment first,
Oh, I'm
and
sorry.
then I'll make a motion.
Big Blue, any public comment? No public comment in the room. Any on Zoom? Nope. Okay, I'll look for a motion.
Chair, I'll move that we approve the agreement with RICO in the amount of $272,000 per year for a 5-year term, and authorize the board chair to sign.
Second.
All right, I have a first by Campbell, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And motion passes 5-0. Thank you guys for your work on that. All right. Yeah, printers aren't political. Okay, item number 27. Clerk of the board, would you please read that item?
As the Tuolumne Public Power Agency, consideration of approving the California Judicial Council as a member of the Tuolumne Public Power Agency.
Take it away.
Yes, so Liz Peterson with the Tuolumne Public Power Agency. This afternoon, I am here requesting your board add a new member. Currently, currently there are 32 members in TPPA, and they're listed there in the staff memo. The Judicial Council is a state agency and has requested membership. I've been working with them for many, many months on this because of their new facility that they built right in here in Tuolumne County. And just by way of some background, the Tuolumne Public Power Agency is a JPA that was created as a result of the Flood Control Act of 1962, where public agencies in Tuolumne County receive 25% of the power that is generated at the New Melones Dam or the New Melones Project. And we work with the Western Area Power Administration, PG&E, and Cal ISO to receive that power. It is at a significantly reduced rate from PG&E rates. So the California Judicial Council, as I mentioned, is interested in becoming a member. I have been working with WAPA and PG&E. Both of those agencies have agreed that the Judicial Council qualifies as a member, and the Board of Directors of TPPA adding them to our membership list is the last and final step.
It's my understanding the clerk read it as the TTPA board. So then when we're done with the item, we'll just have the chair announce we're going back as the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Great. That's really all I have to say. Beyond, CAO Riggs talked about the court facilities payment that the counties are required to pay, and that is how much, utilities and a percentage of the utilities that the courthouse will use. And the court facility payment that we will be paying actually factors in the TPPA rate as opposed to a PG&E rate. So it actually will indirectly be saving the county a significant amount of funding or a significant amount of money in the electric side of the utilities that we will help pay for at the courthouse. So there is actually an added benefit to having them as a member. So I'm looking for your board to add the California Judicial Council as a member of TPPA.
All right. Short and sweet. Any questions over here? Comments? Questions, comments? One question? Okay.
Yeah, and thank you, Liz. Just one question about this is, of the 25%, do we have any idea what the impact on capacity is for that building? And there's a lot of lights and it's a lot of rooms. Is that having any substantial amount? I know we have talked about this as kind of an asset that we might be able to use for something.
Yeah, so this facility won't have a significant impact. We have about 122 million kilowatt hours is our allocation per year between TPPA, Calaveras Public Power Agency, Sierra Conservation Center, which actually qualifies as its own first preference sort of
And then the Chicken Ranch Band of Miwok Indians of California, they have actually removed themselves as a member of TPPA and have their own, receive a part of that 25% allocation. Sorry, more information than you need. All four of those entities together are using about 90 million kilowatt hours per year. So we have about 30-ish or so. So about 25% of our allocation left. So, and I don't anticipate that they would make a big dent, that the courthouse would make a big dent in that allocation or in that like availability of power that's left.
Great. Thanks for your work on it. No more questions. So.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Any on Zoom? Okay, so we'll bring it back as we are the TPPA board. I'll look for a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
I wanted to do that. I'll second it.
All right, first by Brandon, second by Half. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes 5-0. So we will now close as a TPPA board and re-adjourn as the Board of Supervisors. So clerk of the board, would you please read item number 28?
Consideration of adopting Resolution 4022 to establish a policy regarding contracts for emergency ambulance services as required by AB 389 and approving an amendment to the agreement with Manteca District Volunteer Ambulance Services for emergency ambulance services.
All right, good afternoon, Board. Eric Earhart, County Administrator's Office. As your board is aware, since 1987, the county has been in a public-private partnership with Manteca District Ambulance to provide ambulance services here in the county. The county owns the facilities, vehicles, and equipment, while Manteca provides the staff for those services. Under that agreement, we currently have 4 stations with 5 ALS or Advanced Life Support Ambulance operating 24 hours a day. And just to give some context of the services they provide, over the last year, on average, they respond to about 7,500 calls for service in fiscal year 21, and about 1,200 of those were calls for transfers from Adventist Health Sonora. And the current agreement was approved in 2015 following a Board of Supervisors analysis of options for future ambulance services. And that contract was for a term through 2026. However, the last 5 years of that contract were subject to negotiations based on rates for each individual year. Those rates are based off of the, I'm going to read it, United States Bureau of Labor Statistics Employment Cost Index for total compensation for state and local government workers in professional and related occupations. So essentially each year, in years 6 through 10, we would have to renegotiate for the rate if it was beyond a certain percentage of the CPI there. In November of 2021, we were presented with a letter of intent to terminate from the CEO, Bill Caldera of MDA. And we quickly learned what the reasons were was because of the challenges he was having with recruitment and retentions, but also the number of transfers that they were having to do from Adventist Health Sonora as those have gone up significantly. It really reduced their ability to provide the 911 service in Tuolumne County also. So we met with MDA on November 8th. Shortly after, on January 11th, after some discussions with Adventist Health as well, we came back to your board and presented the notice of intent to terminate. Staff was directed at that time to go back into conversations with MDA while also drafting an RFP for additional services if we were not able to come to an agreement. Later that same day, I did receive a notice requesting to remove that letter of intent to terminate. We instantly started negotiations, and we were able to come up with an agreement that is here before you today. And so under the new amendment for that agreement, the term is actually codified through June of 2026. There is no need to no longer annually renew that agreement. So what it says now is if the minimum increase is 1.5% or lower, it will be at least 1.5%. And if that CPI is over 5%, the maximum increase will be 5%. So it's locked in. If it falls within that realm, then it is whatever the CPI is for that term. So we no longer need to renegotiate that. The big part of this contract that was limiting our ability to outsource essentially the transfers was the assignment clause under the new agreement, specifically for the purposes of doing those transfers from Adventist Health to other agencies or other hospital care facilities in the Valley. MDA can contact other providers and now ask them to come and do that service and provide that transfer for us. The current agreement only provides for a 6-month notice to terminate. So this amendment also extends that to 12 months because we quickly learned that 6 months is not a lot of time when you're talking about having to do an RFP, stand up new services and get that in place. But they've also agreed to provide assistance through any future transition and to stay on even if it goes beyond the 12 months until we have a new service in place if they are not the chosen provider in the future. Lastly, and this is why it's taken a little bit longer to get this agreement back to your board, is because of Assembly Bill 389 compliance. You'll see attached to your staff memo is a new Assembly Bill, or actually summary that was drafted by County Council that requires some policy change by way of resolution before we can amend or sign any new contracts with ambulance services. Essentially, this policy specifies that it requires us to consider certain things in the contract, such as employment retention requirements, demonstrate experience serving similar populations, diversity and equity efforts, financial requirements, description of the ambulance service provider's public information, education activities. And so those are some of the things that if they were not already addressed in the previous contract, they were added into this amendment as well. One thing to note is that if your board does not adopt this policy, which is in the resolution that's attached, then we would not be able to approve the attached amendment or any future contract until we have a policy in place. So that was just something to note. So the recommendation from staff is that staff does recommend adopting the attached resolution to establish a policy regarding contract for emergency ambulance services as required by AB 389 and approving Amendment 2 to the agreement with Manteca District Ambulance Service for emergency ambulance services. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And I believe Bill Caldera is here also if you have any questions for him.
All right, look to my right. Are there any questions? Here. To my left, any questions? Got one question from Supervisor Brandon.
Great, and thank you both to Eric, Bill, and everybody that worked on this too, because it took us by shock. I'm really happy that we've been able to have everybody get together, talk it out, figure out a good solution with this, and be able to maintain that partnership. One question was, so this does address the issue of psychiatric calls and drives?
Yeah, correct. Those would be included in the transfers. The assignment, the change to the assignment clause in the agreement would allow for that. If they're unable to provide the transfer, they would be able to contact the agency out of the valley or somewhere else to come up and provide that transfer.
Okay, and then in that and doing a sublease or assigning that to another agency, there is a requirement that they would have to do it. So it wouldn't be a scenario where they said, well, we told this company they need to do it, and they said, well, we aren't going to come up there and pick them up at the hospital door.
They would ensure that somebody comes up and picks up, whether it's Manteca or somebody else, that they would ensure that patient receives services, yes.
Okay, so Manteca would be responsible to make sure somebody did show up too. And my last question on that is just with AB 389 staffing requirements. We have a CPI right now that I think is above 5%. Are we, if we're not renegotiating this till 2026, is that enough flexibility with those new requirements that we're not going to hit a situation again where those mandates aren't able to be met?
So I'll address the compensation part first. So it is in this new agreement, because that CPI is above 5%, starting July 1, the new rate would go up by 5% for the contract. As far as the requirements of AB 389, I will kick it over to County Council.
Sure. The requirements don't have any specific numbers attached to them, just the fact that you consider them. So there's not anything specific about that in there.
For CPI?
For the employment retention requirements. And right there, I think Chris,
I'm looking at 5K in the 389 amendment. And in compliance with that, provider shall comply with staffing levels as required in this agreement. And that was an issue that we were having before, whether we could hit those staffing levels. So I'm just wondering if 5% is high enough to allow for flexibility if we have a lot of inflation.
I think I understand your question now, and I think Bill has done a pretty good job of filling some of those vacancies recently. Last we talked, but I'll let him talk about some of the vacancies that they had and don't have now maybe.
Thank you, Eric. I'll first off also concur. We got together and worked this out. Manteca's been here a long time. We're not interested in leaving. That was pretty much just to, you're echoing my sounds from last fall. The CPI right now, I think, is probably 9, and you're going to see it in your budgets. We drive people. You're buying the diesel. I'm not. I'm paying the people. The other part of this assembly bill has to do with exclusive operating areas and the fire service interacting with private ambulance companies. And if you wanted to research it, Contra Costa County is what kind of set this into motion a few years ago. They're a large, fire district in Contra Costa County, and they contract with American Medical Response that provides the ambulance. And it has to do with franchise rights and fire departments' past practices of business. But what relates to our relationship is having this in place so you as the county know into the future, if you did go out to a bid, get out of the ambulance business, or continue in our relationship now, which I think is going to be a lot smoother than it has. I think we're getting caught up. You helped us last year. I told you years back about the minimum wage. That was 30% a year. Well, we did that in a timely fashion. I don't have that on the docket. Nobody brought up an AB on that today going up, although there's always rumors. So I think having a year to know what's coming up, I don't suspect that. But what I'm using AB 389 is to share with my employees. There's language in there that Chris Schmidt, Sarah, Korea, Eric, we all looked at it, and it talks about making sure your employees' pay and benefits is comparable to the same geographic area in your area. So what I did is I did wage and benefit studies from Amador County south to Mariposa, and our pay and benefits is, I'm not going to get into that, but it meets or exceeds everyone else. And with this going into place, we're actually shortening our employees' work week by only about 4 hours a week. We're not taking away any benefits, but it's going to be a classic schedule because I've had to go out and seek employees that don't live here. For example, I have a paramedic in San Luis Obispo, and he gets 10 miles to the gallon. He doesn't want to come up and back every other day like some of our schedules were, so we're going to go to 2 on and 4 off, which makes it a little bit more attractive to come here instead of being in a big city sitting on a street corner for 12-hour shifts. The other thing that I've done is I've reached out to other providers. The county is held completely harmless on this relationship, but Manteca Ambulance is the primary person that can assign these transports, and I have found a basic life support company that is willing to participate. We've done some trial runs. The hospital is always worried about time to bedside to get the patients moved, but this company is going to physically come up here about 3 or 4 days a week, and I'm going to provide them shelter and a bathroom at no cost to the county, and they will be given the opportunity to help us with the transfers to get a feel for it. And in the meantime, I have 2 paramedics that are finishing up in August that work for me. We just hired 2 other paramedics last week. Those signing bonuses seems to help, but we'll see. And I'm actively engaged with Supervisor Half working on the Groveland renewal, and so I'm pretty optimistic that this has gone very smooth, and I'm happy to see that we're going to be able to move forward. It's going to be good morale for all of us. I think this will get me back where I usually am all these decades, off the radar, and hopefully you just hear good stuff.
Great, Bill. Excellent to hear. And that it did inspire one question I didn't anticipate. But as we're talking also sometimes about the potential of recovery on medical calls for fire services, if both show up, you mentioned the kind of, wasn't monopoly was the term, but it was the area.
Exclusive operating area.
Right,
Yes.
exclusive operating area. Does this contract, if we did choose to pursue that, have any issues with it, allowing cost recovery on that? I know it's kind of a weird one, but just to make sure.
So the county has not established the exclusive operating area. That's a whole process under the code that the county would have to go through and then look to who would be the operator in the exclusive area, and there could be several zones. To your question about the funding, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that this contract, we probably have to look at redoing the contract because we would be looking at the different zones, so it's much more complicated.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and it would be exclusive to where the county would not be in it. 2 scenarios. Quick one, the relationship we have now, you went out for an RFP, a proposal for personnel to work with you, Tuolumne County, who owns and operates the ambulance and bills the calls. Okay, that's what we have today. It's non-exclusive, but because we're rural, and as you've seen my challenges, there's not people knocking down the door to get here. But bringing this other company in to help with the hospitals, they have needs as well to get specialty care taken for their lives. This company that I'm working with has no right to 911 calls. They won't be through the sheriff's office at this point for anything, and they're only for non-emergency. So you'll say, who are those people? Well, those are the people we talked about. And now your behavioral health, we have a brand new Dodge car, safety car, that just went into service in the last 3 weeks. And it gets good gas mileage, it has good air conditioning. County facilities put a secure environment in the back so no one can get harmed. And the new EMTs we're hiring, we're also training them on the safety car. And so we're taking our roster from a retired sheriff's sergeant, a retired engineer, and a laid-off Cal firefighter, which won't last for too long, and we're able to augment that by 3 more people. So we're keeping up with the flow. I don't think if you ask the hospital, we've had to hold anybody due to transportation since we last met, other than when they're trying to find a bed for placement.
Great, that answers
It's
that.
going great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I would just again remind the board, if we have time before board meetings, to email questions to folks, because we can get a lot of these questions answered and not be spending board meetings with questions that could be answered before meetings. With that being said, I am going to bring this back to, or I'm going to ask for public comment before I forget. Is there any public comment in the room? Any on Zoom? Okay. So I'm going to bring it back to the board and look for a motion.
So I'll make a motion. I just want to know, it looks like we've got 2 resolutions here. Can we do it in one fell swoop if I mention both of them, or do we do it one after the next?
If you just move on staff recommendation, it's fine, but the resolution has to be adopted first, which is why the agenda language is drafted the way it is.
Okay. Well, I can say move on staff recommendation for adopting both resolutions then.
Should be just one resolution and one contract amendment.
One resolution.
Oh, okay.
And one,
Correct.
Because I saw it looked like there were 2. Okay. Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, so first by Half, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And motion, or the resolution and the contract amendment 5-0 pass. Thank you, guys. Thank you for working it out. So we are now going to move into closed session items. So clerk of the board, would you please read our closed session items?
Reports, right.
I would rather do reports because we have some staff members who have appointments that we got to get on their way. So if we could do closed session, then reports.
Okay.
So the day's going, sure, thank you.
That means we have video people staying then.
Right,
Okay.
nothing's quick with this.
I've got the.
We're
longest
going to do
report
reports
I've ever
after closed session. Go ahead.
Okay, item 29, closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, and Paul Lohr, Human Resources Director, Risk Manager, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Item number 30, closed session, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one case. Items 31 and item 31 had been pulled.
All right, thank you. So we will, do we expect a report out?
No, but we do need public comment.
Okay, public comment on any of the items listed? Any in the room, any on Zoom? Not seeing any? All right, so we will break into closed session and there will not be a report out, and then we'll do reports after closed session. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. There we go. All right, we're back from closed session. We have nothing to report out. It is April 5th at 3:51, and we're going to adjourn this board meeting. So thank you guys and have a great week.